Good evening. This Planning Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and our closed caption for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink can view this program in high definition on channel 1001. Would everybody please stand and for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Chair Schlotman.
Present.
Vice Chair Cherry.
Present.
Commissioner Quinn.
Here.
Commissioner Moody.
Here.
Commissioner Trowbridge.
Here.
Commissioner Creer.
Here.
Commissioner Toussaint.
Here.
Thank you.
I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and an appeal and review process if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate you adhering to these rules so we could have a smooth meeting. On the half-height walls on both sides of the microphones up here are the agendas and with the rules of conduct. Number 4, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. All comments made underneath this item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to be heard at this point? Please come forward. Sir, if you want to talk, I need you to come up here so I can have your name and address for the record.
My name is Frank Banzinger. Perhaps I'm premature.
And your address, please.
Perhaps I'm premature. I wanted to step up to the podium pertaining to Section 56 on an issue.
Okay, so it looks like 56 is going to be heard tonight.
It will be heard?
Yes. But did you give your address or not?
Pardon me?
Did you give your address?
No, I did not.
Okay, I need a name and an address.
My address is 7209 Skytrail Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
89145.
Thank you. And we'll be hearing that item here in a bit.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Dale Hammond. I live at 905 Palmer's Drive. And again, I'll address this issue, item 56.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Council. Benza Bracken for item 59, and it's 309 Arnold Street.
Okay, we'll be hearing that one tonight, too. Thank you.
Hi, Dylan Bracken, also item number 59 for 309 Arnold.
Okay, thank you.
Doug Kranz, 917 Palmhurst Drive, for item number 56.
Okay, thank you.
Angela Gilladucci for item number 56. I am 813 Palmhurst Drive.
Thank you.
Susan Wainscott, 4350 Bossart Court for items number 54 and 55. They may have been withdrawn.
They might be withdrawn. If you'll just listen closely during the housekeeping items, those items might be pulled.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Marco Henry, 3911 Mountain View Boulevard, item 54.
Thank you.
Jeff Rogan, 2612 Ashby Ave, for item number 58.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close the public portion of this agenda. And
Mr. Chairman, we don't need everyone to come up here and indicate which items they're going to speak on. So unless they have an item they want to have pulled or obeyed or something like that, maybe.
We're speaking on an SUP that comes later in the agenda tonight, as long as we're recognized to be able to speak on it.
And Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Scott said, everybody doesn't need to announce what item they want to speak on. This is only if you wanted to bring something forward,
Item or hold
pull an item or hold an item or something like that. So when the items are called on the agenda, that will be the appropriate time to come up and speak on those.
That's my understanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 5. For possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meeting of April 11th, 2017.
Excuse me, through you, Mr. Chairman, I will be abstaining on that item as I was not at the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinn.
Mr. Chair, I'll be abstaining as well, as I was not present.
Thank you, Commissioner Creer.
Through the chair, I will also be abstaining. I was not present, but I'm prepared to make a motion on the item.
Oh, okay, please do.
Prepared to make a motion to approve the meeting minutes of April 11, 2017.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. Vicki, Commissioner Quinn, that was abstention, correct?
Yes, I wasn't here.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Moving on to item number 6 for possible action. On any item, are there any items from the Planning Commission staff or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time? Staff?
Mr. Chairman, applicants have requested abeyances for items 17 through 19, 26, and 52 and 53. Those are all requested for the June 13th Planning Commission meeting. And then the applicant has also requested to withdraw without prejudice items 54 and 55.
Thank you. Are there any others? Anyone wanting to hold in abeyance any other items, please come forward.
Hi, to be clear, Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street, here on behalf of the Torah Academy. To be clear, I don't know if I heard Mr. Gebecki say 56, but I would also like 46 held for a month, held over for a month.
56 was not.
Mr. Chairman, if I might clarify, you said you didn't hear him say item 56, but then you said you want item 46. So I'm just assuming you'd like to hold item 46 to the June 13th Planning Commission meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
The Chabad.
Mr. Vice Chair, can we get a motion?
Through the chair, prepare to make a motion to hold items 17, 18, 19, 26, 52, and 53 in abeyance until the June 13th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting, and item 54 and 55 to be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 46 to be held in abeyance until the June 13 Planning Commission meeting as well.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. Moving on to consent agenda items. Consent items are considered routine by the Planning Commission and may be enacted upon by one motion. However, any item may be discussed if a commissioner or an applicant so desires. Are there any commissioners wanting to be heard on these items? If not, can we get a motion?
Through the chair, I'd like to make a motion for approvals on items number 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 7 will be heard at City Council on June 21st, 2017. Items 8, 9, and 10 are final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days. Item 11 will be heard at City Council on June 21st, 2017.
Thank you. Moving on to one motion, one vote. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearing and non-public hearing will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Plan Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Starting with item number 12, abeyance item SDR 68470, applicant POB Las Vegas LLC, owner City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed single-story, 34,782 square foot shopping center at 300 North Casino Center Boulevard and 350 Stewart Avenue, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 13, SUP 69613, applicant owner Serena Vesa LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 88-unit assisted living apartment use at 100 South 14th Street, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Item 14, SUP 69653, applicant Fox Restaurant Concepts, owner KRG Rampart LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 5,518 square foot restaurant with alcohol use with 1,679 square feet of outdoor seating area at 1069 South Rampart Boulevard, Ward 2, Beers. Staff recommends approval. Item number 15, SUP 69657, applicant William Jacobs, owner North America 888 Real Estate Investment LLP, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 5,974 square foot restaurant with alcohol use with 1,174 square feet of outdoor seating area at 2,800 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 5, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 16, MSP 69720, applicant owner Highland Industrial Park LLC, for possible action on a request for a master sign plan for a proposed 70-foot tall, 1,496 square foot freestanding consolidated sign at the northwest corner of Edna Avenue and Highland Drive, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval.
Excuse me, through you, Mr. Chairman, I will be pulling item number 16. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Quinn's going to be pulling item 16 forward. Anyone else wanting to be heard? I'll close the public hearing and ask the Vice Chair for a motion.
Through the chair, I'll make a motions on item numbers 12, 13, 14, and 15 for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 12, 13, 14, and 15 are all final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 16, MSP 69720, applicant owner Highland Industrial Park LLC, for possible action on a request for a master sign plan for a proposed 70-foot tall, 1,496 square foot freestanding consolidated sign at the northwest corner of Edna Avenue and Highland Drive, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. If we can get the staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, in this case, the applicant is requesting a master sign plan to consolidate signage along the interstate freeway. Basically, they're allowed one freestanding sign for every 200 linear square feet, or every 200 linear feet of frontage. With the master sign plan, it allows them to go up to 70 feet that they're asking for. And it would consolidate all those freestanding signs into a single large freestanding sign.
Thank you. Do we have an applicant here? Good evening. If we can get your name and address for the record.
Jim Cook, Young Electric Sign Company, representing the owner, 5119 South Cameron.
Okay. Is there anything you'd like to talk about on this sign?
Just if the board has any questions, be happy to answer.
Okay. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Plan Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. I pulled the item forward because there were no renderings or drawings in my background, and I never saw them. So with that, I'm going to make the motion for approval on this item and send it to council in 2 weeks so that the councilwoman can overlook it with you, because we really haven't seen it. So if you don't mind making an appointment with her office, and
Perfect.
and I apologize, but I'm going to send it upstairs.
Oh, no problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
So with that, my motion tonight will be for approval, going to City Council at the next available meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item will be heard at City Council on June 21st, 2017.
Thank you. Moving on to public hearing. Oh, before we start public hearing items, I'm going to go ahead and pull item number 61 forward. It's a presentation. It's a DIR 69926, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a presentation on the status of the Vision 2045 Downtown Las Vegas Master Plan implementation. Wards 1, 3, and 5. Staff has no recommendation. Good evening, Mr. Howe.
Good evening. Michael Howe, City of Las Vegas Planning Department, Long Range Division. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to give a brief update on the status of the 2045 Vision,
Please do.
the Vision 2045 Downtown Las Vegas Master Plan. Real quickly, the first key strategic action item listed in the plan was to adopt a form-based code that offers procedural clarity and implement the master plan through place-based standards. Happy to announce that we've taken that first step with the approval by council on a contract to retain the services of Lisa Wise Consulting, a national caliber form-based code development team. And 2 weeks ago, we've actually begun work on that process. The scope of work, I'll go over real quickly. What we're getting with Lisa Wise Consulting, as you can see, is 3 districts: the Medical District, Fremont East District, the 18B Las Vegas Arts District, and what we're calling out as the Bonanza Road Corridor Study Area. The key thing I want to point out is we have a unique opportunity with this consultant to basically co-develop the code. I'm going to get into detail what that means. Because as you see with those 3 districts, it's not just the end product coming from the consultant and being handed off, but rather the consultant coming in and being willing to share open source all their information and how they create this process. So 2 weeks ago, we had the opportunity with Roger Eastman, one of the principals with the team, coming out with a volunteer staff of 35 city employees, real great, representing code enforcement, licensing, not just planners, GIS tech, so a full range of city staff to go out and do this, what they call the microscale analysis. And so this initial step, the training was, how, first of all, what is a microscale analysis? What are we looking at? And then the importance of the difference of when you build up a code, a form-based code, you don't want to just look at maps and charts and all the other things. You actually have to get out on the street, and get your hands a little dirty, get the measuring wheels out, get the cameras out, and take notes. Also within that responsibility, they'll be giving their expertise to the code analysis and the graphics layout. So they'll work with us on how this new code looks, how it works, how the public can digest it and see how it will be a substantial change from the status quo. That first step, the microscale analysis, I'll go real briefly what that is. Again, this is a form-based code, or what we'll typically call out as an urban form code. It's to get that context and character of an area that you're trying to put the development standards to. So what does that require? It requires you to actually get out on the site and physically see, what works and what doesn't work. Quite often, you'll have a development code that calls out great things, that looks good on a drawing, but it's those last stages, those final finishing touches that have the glitches. And it's, having us go out and taking photos of, where are the utility locations? How wide is a sidewalk actually in reality? where are the good parts of downtown? How do we emulate that? And where are the parts that we're not too crazy about? And how do we, figure out to deal with that in the code? So real quick, the schedule of deliverables, what we're looking at, some quick timelines. We're beginning with the medical district for the primary reason that we're seeing a lot of development activity between Project Neon, UNLV School of Medicine, a lot of upturned soil. So we want to get out there and try to get the code to beat the activity. And so we're going to have a staff draft available by the end of this summer. This will give us a quick feedback to see where we're going. And then we'll have a public draft available by early fall, September. And then the consulting team will be out here in fall, October 2017, to present this initial urban form code for the medical district. And if you could conceptualize, the downtown master plan is made up of 12 districts, and the idea is that we will plug in each district as we can go along. And this goes back to that unique opportunity. The consultant's delivering us 3 completed form code districts, but also at the same time sharing us the knowledge and the ability for us to take care of the other 9. So we're really getting a big bang for the buck, and also we're going to have that institutional knowledge to continue to develop. So if the code needs a little tweaking or if it's not working somewhere, we'll have the staff and the expertise retained to go back in there and quickly tune it up. The next district that we're looking at, Fremont East. Again, with the Fremont Street working as a spine, Las Vegas Boulevard to the 5 Points area. We'll have a staff draft available by the winter, December 2018, public draft available by January, and a presentation by the consultant in February 2018. And then a key point I want to call out, the Bonanza Corridor study. This is a unique opportunity, and again, it shows the extent willingness that the consultants willing to work with us. As the Bonanza Corridor initially was called out in the Hunter Plan, it was a work performed by the Downtown Design Studio through UNLV and the director Stephen Clark, who will continue to work on the implementation side of that. And so what this corridor study is taking the form-based code approach pretty much on the hardest part of what we believe the west side is Bonanza. If you can picture Moulin Rouge, Tenaya Creek Brewing, a lot of opportunities, but a hard way to figure out where is that going next. Obviously, is it really going to be industrial? Some things are working, Tenaya Creek Brewing. Some things, we really need the expertise, the pros to help us with how are we going to develop a form-based code, and also bringing in the Downtown Design Center with Steve Clark so that they can understand that this all needs to fit together. It's all going to operate on the same level each district. So this follows along a staff draft, October, November 2017, public draft, December 2017, and then public presentation, February 2018. Now that'll be with the consultant feedback. We're still working closely with the Downtown Design Center, as we believe they'll be the end purveyor of that district form-based code. And then thirdly, the Las Vegas Arts District. We'll have a staff draft available May 2018, public draft May, June 2018, with a public presentation next summer. Arts District has been a really great opportunity of testing out an urban form code, because you have to consider the challenges, and why we really have a great opportunity with this consultant is that there are some really great directions going on Main Street. A lot of great activity, a lot of redevelopment, adaptive reuse, things going in the right direction. But we're also trying to capture, what's that next step? Because as we establish what the context, what's that character of the neighborhood, do we all want it to retain just that single-story, two-story look on Main Street in Colorado and California? Or can it grow up? Can it get to 4 stories, 5 stories? So the challenge, again, is for us to figure out there's the really good parts of urbanism in downtown and a lot of vacant lots. So it's trying to pick out the direction of, we don't want a code that rules out a lot of existing buildings into being non-conformance. So once the code starts, those single-story buildings will automatically not be compliant. And we also don't want to get too ambitious and say, this area is reserved for 16-story massive urban mixed use, when that might not be occurring in the next 20 years. So there's still a lot of technical parts that go into this development of the urban form code, which gets to my big spiel for the form-based code, or the Form-Based Code Institute's ABCs of Form-Based Codes. It's a workshop that we have set up June 12th and June 13th. It's a full-day workshop, and it'll go over things like what's a microscale analysis and what's a synoptic survey. A lot of terminology, a lot of things that can get kind of laden. We'll have the consultants there to work us through the primary basics of a form-based code, and then that afternoon having the opportunity of a very fine-tuned workshop for the downtown Las Vegas area. You can go, we have it up on the webpage, formbasedcodes.org. It'll give more detailed information on that class agenda, but the expectation is that we'd love to have all the members attend this session. It is a full-day session. It's back to school, there's notes, it's fun. There's a lot of information that we try to cram in one day. And then the next item I want to broach on, so we have the form-based code, but we've also been doing a lot of work on the downtown open space and trails. And so one of the goals, downtown will create a desert oasis establishing a green infrastructure network consisting of parks, plazas, tree-lined streets, and various passive recreational facilities. So a very grand, ambitious goal. Staff has been plugging away and chewing on this map. You know, some of the strategies of find all the nooks and crannies, activated alleys, you know, extending trails to possible park locations. But we realize that there's a couple other strategies and missing gaps that we really need to work on. And that's where we're reviewing the P3 public-private partnership process for some select parks at this time. Real quickly, public-private partnership tends to be where a city owns a park and they own the facilities, but it would possibly be, in this scenario, a nonprofit organization would help manage and operate it. There's certain advantages, and at this stage we're still investigating the merits. There's a lot of legal questions to be answered, but this is a model that's very popular that we've seen in New York with the High Line, Bryant Park. Also, a lot of parks, Central Park is going towards a conservancy that's operating in this way. Dallas, we were lucky enough and fortunate enough to get the director of the Woods Rogers organization that has a substantial public-private park in the downtown Dallas area to work with us and share the details and the secret recipe of how do you balance this thing that still functions and operates as a truly public space, everyone's welcome, but then also has the legs and ability to take a park to another level, to have the types of programming and finished details and landscaping that you typically don't see in a standard generic city park. With that is the other side of it is how to acquire the space and the trails and how do we prioritize. Internally within our long-range division, we have our own secret agenda of like what we think works, but we've discovered that this is somewhat of a niche industry. There really are good available experts out there. They're quite successful in helping you find where those spaces are, what those partnerships are, and how to prioritize building parks that connect to trails so that you really maximize the best bang for the buck, and also realize that you need to continuously grow the momentum and the excitement that this is a growing network for spaces that are critically short in the downtown area. So each little item, each first step that we take, we realize it has to be a home run. It has to be a series of continuous home runs. As a downtown resident, we know the challenges of what it takes to bring a park downtown. And so we're trying to be very tactical on how to deliver a park that's attractive, welcoming, equitable, but still knows how to address the challenges that we've seen in the past. Real quickly, this just goes back to the state that we're at, looking at that P3 private partnership. We retain the services of J.A. Barrett Group to help us look at, what are the possible management scenarios, and it's really where it focused down to, the most attractive thing right now is a local nonprofit partner, and to slowly grow that into a scaled network. There's some advantages and there's some commitments that we'll have to hold on the city part. We don't believe it's just going to be, act on it one day and the next day it's up and running. It'll be a challenge because we're realizing, although some of these items are quite popular on the East Coast and some of these have started in San Francisco and Seattle, again, going back, there's some legal challenges and little hurdles that we're still ironing out. So at this point, I would close, and I'm open to any questions that you may have.
All right, I appreciate you coming in and giving us an update on the new downtown master plan. And, I did see some dedicated bike trails that were designed a little bit different when we were in Manhattan this past weekend for the American Planning Association conference, and learned a lot about the parks and how they kind of cut the community out of the park system by putting 6-foot tall fences around them and things such as that. So I think we learned a lot from the guys in Manhattan, and if there's an opportunity for us to put in some of the dedicated bike lanes like they have, not just a green stripe, but I really like that idea, and how they created some open spaces with benches and stuff on portions of the street, underutilized streets. And so all things to keep in mind, but appreciate you coming out and giving this presentation.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
If I could, one last plug again, and this is open to the public, that June 12th and 13th Form-Based Code Workshop. Again, it'll be a bit of a nerd fest. You'll have some excited dorky planners and architects. But again, this is a chance to learn the DNA, the genetics of good urban form. How do we get to that city that provides a lot of opportunities for developers, neighbors, residents, visitors. We really believe it's in finding a code that supports all of that.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Great, thank you.
Moving on to item 20, 20, 21, 22, which are related items. Item 20 is Abeyance GPA 68886, applicant owner FTD Investments LLC, for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from M, medium density residential, to H, high density residential on the northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and Shiloh Drive, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Item 21, Abeyance CON 68887, for possible action on a request for rezone from R2 medium low density residential to R3 medium density residential, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 22, SDR 68888, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 44-unit multifamily residential development with a waiver to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along the north property line where 15 feet is required, and a 10-foot landscape buffer along the south property line where 15 feet is required, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a 44-unit, 3-story apartment building at the northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and Shiloh Drive. The site is appropriate for the land use designation and zoning proposed, but the waivers and exception for landscaping indicate the site is being overbuilt. Staff is recommending approval of the general plan amendment and rezoning and denial of the site development plan review. If approved, staff has recommended conditions including number 11, which requires a stone veneer base on the building. Please note that there are additional letters of support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. John Vornzan, 62 Swan Circle, Henderson, representing the application. The apartment units on this property were built 65 years ago. There was also a single-family residence on the north part of the portion of the property that was built about 60 years ago that has since been demolished and removed from the property as it did create a nuisance. Directly to the east of us, across Shiloh, is an existing C1 zone mini warehouse complex. To our west is an existing C1 apartment complex. To the north is an R1 zone, which is developed with the Iron Workers local union hall. And to the south, across Charleston Boulevard, are single-family homes backing to Charleston within unincorporated county. Insofar as the site development review is concerned, we are requesting 3 landscape exceptions to code. If we could go to the overhead, we are providing 6 feet of landscaping along our west property line. That is in conformance to code requirements. We are also providing 10 feet of landscaping along Shiloh. That is also in conformance to requirements. And in addition, providing an additional 10 feet, because Shiloh is not developed to its full width, we're providing an additional 10 feet of landscaping for a total of 20 feet along Shiloh. And of course, that is with the approval of a license agreement by Public Works. We are requesting that the landscaping along the north property line adjacent to these 10 parking spaces be waived. The reason for the requirement for the 15 feet is because that property is zoned R1, but as indicated earlier, that is developed with the Iron Workers local union hall, which is commercial in nature. Along Charleston Boulevard, we are providing 10 feet of landscaping along this area. 15 is required because of the residential uses across Charleston. First of all, our property is below grade of Charleston, and a portion of it, the western portion of that property, right in this area here. This is looking straight across Charleston Boulevard toward the property. So you couldn't tell, looking across the street, if this was 10 feet of landscaping or 15 feet, all you would be able to see is the trees. In addition, this is looking eastbound. On the right-hand side, these are the homes backing to Charleston within the county, and this is our property right here. You can see this is the adjacent apartment complex. This is our property, which is below grade to the Charleston Boulevard. Also, we are providing additional landscaping both on the east and west sides of this area to a depth of approximately 18, 28 feet, almost 30 feet in this area, 18, 28 feet in this area. So from the standpoint of square footage of landscaping, we are providing actually slightly more square footage considering these areas here as if we were straight 15 feet of landscaping straight across down Charleston. We are also, and lastly, requesting an exception to the landscape fingers, which would be required every 6 parking spaces along these areas here. That would, of course, eliminate parking within these areas because of the width of those landscape fingers. We do have landscaping in front of each of these parking stalls, although they're not on the side, but they are in the front. In addition, staff is recommending that we plant additional trees along this west property line at 20 feet on center. Right now, our landscape plan is showing 10 trees. That would increase the amount to 13 trees. And again, these would be adjacent to these 19 parking stalls. We agree with all staff's if approved recommendations and glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Commissioner Gwynn.
Good evening. Could you please point out to me, or tell me of the 44 units, how many are accessible for a disabled person in a wheelchair?
That I don't know without looking and studying the floor plan. I believe the units all have to be ADA accessible.
You believe? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
We will comply to code on that, though.
Yes, Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarification. Now, why don't you, with the landscaping, explain the landscaping to me again? Why you don't feel you need landscaping in the parking lot?
Okay, it would reduce the number of parking spaces. If we had to put a landscape finger with the width, it would reduce probably a good-sized handful of parking within it, which would then either have to come back for a variance to reduce parking or reduce the number of units.
Okay, and also, you talked about the 0-foot wide perimeter, the landscaping buffer. And explain to me your rationale again about the...
To the north?
Yeah.
The 0 feet, and it's only on these 10 spaces here. We are providing landscaping at approximate depth of about 18 feet on either end of this. It's because there is the Iron Workers Union Hall to the north. The property is zoned R1, but it is a union hall, and it's commercial in nature as opposed to a single-family residence.
Okay, thank you.
And there will be a 6-foot block wall constructed along that property line.
And Commissioner Quinn, I was just noticing in the backup report, they're required to have 3 handicap spaces, and they're providing those.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that's in the parking lot. I was questioning the units themselves.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
We will comply to all ADA requirements.
Commissioner Moody? No? And could you explain again, you have how many trees on the west and you're in...
Right now along the west, there are 10 trees shown with staff's recommendation of additional trees to be planted 20 feet on center. We'll have 13 trees along this west property line.
Okay. If there's no further questions, ready for a motion?
Through the chair, one more comment. On item number 22, where it is recommending denial, I do feel comfortable recommending approval, knowing that Condition 19 has the license agreement with Public Works for the additional landscaping, the additional 3 trees. I think the applicants demonstrated that they've added sufficient landscaping, so I will be supporting it, and I'm prepared to.
Please do.
Item number 20, abeyance item GPA 6886, a motion for approval.
That motion carries.
Item number 21, abeyance item ZON 6887, make a motion for approval.
That motion carries.
And item number 22, SDR 68888, make a motion for approval.
The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 20 through 22 will be heard at City Council on June 21st, 2017.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to related items 23 through 25, starting with 23, abeyance GPA 69221, applicant owner Ying Liu for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from office to service commercial at 607 South Decatur Boulevard, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Item 24, abeyance ZON 69222 for possible action on a request for a rezone from professional or PR professional office and parking to C1 limited commercial, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Item 25, abeyance item VAR 69223 for possible action on a request for variance to allow a 78-foot lot width where 100 feet is required and to allow a 14-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a general plan amendment, zone change, and variance in order to operate a wedding chapel in an existing building. The proposed SC general plan designation and C1 zoning designation are not compatible with the adjacent existing single-family residential uses. Also, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary hardship to justify the variance request has been presented. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of these requests.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road, representing the applicant here today. I'd like to first thank Commissioner Quinn for taking the time after her trip to come visit this property and meet with the business owner that we're proposing this project today. I'm going to make my presentation rather brief because I believe this is a lot simpler. I don't need to give a long presentation here tonight. We held a neighborhood meeting, first of all, regarding this project, and no neighbors did attend, and we had the city send out the mailing for that. This project is for a wedding chapel. This property is actually located right across the street from a very intense C2 use, which is Arizona Charlie's Casino on Decatur. This business will be operated by appointment only, so there will not be any impact to the neighborhood related to a lot of people showing up at one time. The wedding ceremonies will take place obviously indoors, so we do not believe this will be a negative impact in any way to the neighborhood. So at this time, I'd respectfully request approval of item 23, 24, and 25, and if any of the commissioners have questions, I'm here to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. I did meet with you right before your wedding, so congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Taylor. This is a very simple use change. It is an existing house that is going to be used for weddings. There will be some conditions made to the times of operation and a little landscape cleaning up. But with that being said, I looked at it very closely. There was no neighborhood protest. The properties to the south and to the north of it are as well small businesses. It's behind it that to the east where we do have residential. So if any of my other commissioners have any questions, that would be fine. If not, I'm ready to present a motion.
I would like to make a couple of comments because this is on Jones where a lot of places, or Decatur. Anyways, we're going from office to service commercial and professional office to limited commercial. And, you know, with it being professional office, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parking spaces. But I guess my concern is going to C1 zone and 5 parking spaces for a wedding chapel. I mean, and I think that personally, I just feel that C1 is a little too intense because I feel that all the neighbors are going to be flooding into that neighborhood because I've never seen a wedding, well, I have seen a wedding where only 5 vehicles have pulled up at, but that's not the norm. So, Commissioner Quinn, you can, if you're...
Mr. Chairman, could I make a comment for your concern? Is that okay?
Sure.
The wedding ceremonies are going to be limited between 5 and 10 people, and most of the individuals that will be coming to this location to get married are going to be from out of the country or from somewhere other in the United States. And so there's not going to be, it's going to not be 50 people. It's a great concern you brought up, but it's going to be limited to 5 to 10 persons. And most of those individuals will not drive a vehicle to this location. They will be dropped off either by a limo or some type of transportation service. So I wanted to clarify that for you.
I understand, but, you know, even if it happens 3 times a week and you have 20 people there, you're going to be inconveniencing everybody in that neighborhood. So I just don't think that it's appropriate. I think staff got it right, but I'll let Commissioner Quinn go ahead and make the motion, unless if any other commissioners had a comment. Commissioner Quinn?
So yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, I have conditions as well. And so with that, maybe you'll, let me explain to you first that this applicant is going to be bringing in or advertising to weddings of her ethnic background, which is Chinese. And the place is small. It's not going to be a big wedding with a big reception. It's going to be 2 people come in and get married and they go somewhere else to do the rest of the stuff. The place is not adequate for a big wedding. She knows that, and we discussed it in full that way. I'm going to put an administrative review on that to ensure that what you're saying does not happen. And if that does happen, we will make another decision. So that was my thought process. Okay, so I would just like to start with item number 23, which is the abeyance GPA 69221 from office to service commercial. My motion tonight is for approval. And the approval is the service commercial as stated as a wedding chapel. With that, may I put a 1-year review? No? Administrative review on the next one?
Commissioner Quinn, if you don't mind, could we get Mr. Gebicki to talk about that for a
Mr.
second?
Chairman, through you, the applications that we have before us are the general plan amendment rezoning, which we don't put conditions on because once they're approved, they are
Okay.
enacted.
I'll put them on 20,
Okay, so the,
25.
and then the variance is related to lot width, related to the rezoning. It's not related to the use itself.
Okay.
Once rezoned to C1, that wedding chapel, or the wedding chapel use is a permitted use, so there would not be any conditions other than possibly licensing conditions.
Okay, so I'm going to just go with the approval on number 23, abeyance GPA 69221.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Trowbridge.
Before I cast my vote, when we rezone this to C1, and let's say that they want to use it for a different purpose, could the C1 zoning be held and any other business that requires a C1 zoning could go in there?
Mr. Chairman, through you, once it's rezoned to C1, then any use that's permitted in the C1 district would be permitted at that location.
And as an example, what are some of the more extreme uses for a C1?
It could be anything from retail to office to a convenience store, restaurant. Obviously, at this location, you're going to have some size constraints for parking and so forth. So any really intense use would probably require some kind of parking variance, but those are the types of uses that would
But
be.
through you, Mr. Chairman, through you, Mr. Gepke, isn't it true that if that business is sold to her license is sold with the property, that new license has to come here to get a business permit? They can't just open something up and not be licensed by the city, am I correct? Let's just say a porn store, let's get right to the quick of it. Okay, something that evasive. I mean, they would have to come in front of the Planning Commission to get relicensed, am I not correct? You can't just open up a store.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
May I respond? For the record, Karen Duddleston, Deputy Planning Director. The license addresses who may own a business. It does not address where a business may be. That's a planning decision. So once a land use decision is made and something is allowed there to be C1, someone comes in, an operator. Licensing addresses the operations and how that business runs. It does not address what type of business goes into a certain land use. That's a land use decision that's made based on the zoning.
And Mr. Chairman, to put a finer point on it still, the item before you, the GPA and the rezone, the finding that you would make is that the C1 and service commercial is appropriate on this site in this location, period. And anything allowed in commercial C1 or SC is okay and appropriate. And that's really what this item is all about.
So to continue the question, if someone comes forward and wants a more intense use that would be permitted under a C1, they would have to come before the Planning Commission to get a parking variance?
Yes, and
So
if it
that's our
required
control-
an
that's our
SUP,
control
or if it
point.
required an SUP.
Mr. Chairman,
All
through
right,
you.
thank you.
If the use was intense enough to require a parking variance, yes. If it were a use that did not have a very high parking requirement, then it's possible that it could go in.
That's fine.
So a massage parlor, for instance, probably could go into this neighborhood without coming back to the Planning Commission. Well, we'd see the special use permit on that, but, I mean, there's a lot of things that can go in on C1 with, that's not going to intensify the parking, but.
It's fine, thank you.
Well, here we go, because I made a commitment to this applicant. I believed her, and I made a commitment to Mr. Taylor, and I'm going to go up to bat for you because I believe this is what you're going to do over there, and there you go. And it'll go to City Council, and our councilwoman can take it from there. Okay, so with that, win or lose, I'm going to make a motion for GPA 221, my motion is going to be for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. And then with the abeyance item zoning 69222, general plan 2221, I'm going to make a motion also for approval on this application.
Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Could the clerk correct my motion? For a nay. And was that 4 yeses and 3 nays? 69222. Okay, that motion still carries. Thank you, Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you, Chairman. Moving on to item number 25, abeyance item variance 69223. My motion is for approval with conditions. And the conditions are as follows. The working hours for this business will be from 10 in the morning until 8 p.m.
That's acceptable.
Thank you. What?
Commissioner Quinn, we can't put conditions on a variance such as that. Only on a SUP or SDR.
Okay, so we'll just let it roll. Okay, so we don't have to clean it up or stripe the lot or anything?
What, we just couldn't, we can't put those
You know-
conditions on the VAR, unfortunately.
You really are, you're right. Okay, with that, my motion's for approval. As we discussed, though, your applicant did commit to me that the south corner would be re-rocked, that the, and this is just between us, I wanted my voice on the record because it cannot be conditioned, but I do trust that you will re-rock that area that looks terrible. You'll clean up the perimeter of the parking lot, and within a year, you will pave the lot and restripe it so it looks nice. And your hours, you said to me, would be from 10 to 8. I must have forgot my job somewhere along the way, so thank you for pointing it out to me.
No problem.
With that, my motion is for approval of item number 25, variance 69223.
Thank you, Commissioner. Oh. That motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate it.
Moving on.
Mr. Chairman, items 23, 24, and 25 will be heard at City Council on June 21st, 2017.
Thank you. Moving on to related items 27 through 31. 27, ZON 69642, applicant DR Horton, Inc., owner Pre-Rancho Jones LLC, for possible action on a request for a rezone from U undeveloped ML, medium low density residential, general plan destination to RSL residential small lot on the west side of Leon Avenue, 600 feet north of Alexander Road, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. 28, waiver 69643 for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow no interior streetlights and no streetlights along Leon Avenue where such are required for a proposed residential subdivision. Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Item 29, waiver 69644 for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow private streets to not be developed to public street standards behind a gate. Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Item 30, VAR 69645 for possible action on a request for variance to allow no required landscape improvements within the amenity zones where such is required along Jones Boulevard and Rancho Drive for a proposed residential subdivision. Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. And then finally, item 31, TMP 69646 for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 176-lot single-family residential subdivision. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chair, before the staff report, I have a conflict of interest on these items. Inasmuch as my law firm does work for DR Horton, I'm going to abstain on items 27 through 31.
Thank you. Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a 176-lot single-family residential subdivision on a vacant property located on the west side of Leon Avenue, 600 feet north of Alexander Road. The proposed zoning is appropriate, but the streetlight and street standard waivers, as well as the amenity landscape variance, are self-imposed and preferential in nature. As staff does not support the waivers or the variance on which the tentative map is based, staff also recommends denial of the tentative map as well. Please note that there are additional letters of support and protest since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant, D.R. Horton. If I could just direct your attention to the overhead. This property is located at the southeast corner of Rancho is located right here. Alexander is along the south boundary. To the north is Craig, further up. And Jones curves kind of right in front of the property on the eastern property line. The property is almost 30 acres. It's an interesting piece because it is surrounded by, on two sides, by very intense commercial along Rancho. You can see there's C2 to the west, C2 to the south, C1 immediately to the west as well in this little parcel. The current zoning is RE, and then to the north and to the east is R&P. So this is an infill parcel that's been vacant for obviously a long time without zoning on it, that will act as a real transition between the intense commercial on Rancho and the R&P to the north and to the east. The master plan on this property is residential medium-low, which allows up to 8.5 units to the acre or 8.49 units to the acre. So when D.R. Horton first looked at this site and what the master plan had, they proposed a plan that was roughly a little over 6 units to the acre. This is the original plan, if I could just zoom out a little bit, and not the plan that's before you tonight. But the very first plan that they had prepared had an entrance on Leon Avenue and an entrance on Alexander along the south. We have had 4 neighborhood meetings, the first of which was a NARA HOA meeting, and this is the plan that we took to the first NARA HOA meeting. And there were basically 3 major points that they advised us on at that meeting. Their first thing was they absolutely did not want access on Leon. So that was one of the very first changes that we made. The reason being is they wanted to protect their RMP, obviously, and there are homes that face onto Leon. Additionally, they wanted a better buffer. Preferably, they wanted 10,000 square foot lots along the north and the east from the to the RMP. And then they brought up some traffic issues, again, related to Leon. And also, they discussed possibly doing 1-story homes along the north and the east property lines. Since that time, the plan that's before you, as staff mentioned, is at 176 units. Again, the density is just over 6 units to the acre. The entrance has been relocated, so the first thing D.R. Horton did was they relocated the second entrance over to Jones. So you'll see there's an entrance on Jones and an entrance on Alexander. Both of those are gated entryways, and so it will force, for the most part, the traffic to Jones because there is a median planned right here. So Alexander will be right in, right out, and Jones will have full access. So most of the residents with this plan should prefer to use the Jones Boulevard, which again protects the RMP by encouraging these new residents to come onto Jones as opposed to Leon. Additionally, these yellow lots, we've told them from the very beginning, and I have some conditions of approval tonight that I'll read into the record that we are willing to agree to. D.R. Horton's willing to do all 1-stories along the north and along the east property line. And Dave Jennings is here with D.R. Horton if you have any questions directly for him. Since that time, as I mentioned, we've had 4 neighborhood meetings. The latest was last night, and we have finalized some conditions of approval that I believe we're in agreement on that make this an even better plan. It reduces the density further from what's before you today by 7 lots. So D.R. Horton has agreed to remove 7 lots along the north and east boundaries. So the plan will look the same as this, but it will have 7 less lots, and it'll get the density below 6 units to the acre. So the conditions that I have, and I'll submit them into the record and read them to you, are things we've discussed, again, as I mentioned, over the course of 4 meetings with the residents, as of last night, and I apologize for the late notice to staff. We understand it's a balancing act when we're trying to work with residents and get before Planning Commission. D.R. Horton has a tight timeline for closing and going hard on this property in June, so they'd like to get to City Council by July. But we have told the neighbors we'll incorporate these changes into the plan, and we'll continue to work with them on certain amenities that they may want to see in the plan. So the first is, as I mentioned, getting rid of the 7 lots. So we would agree to a condition to maximize the unit count to 169 lots. The plan that's before you is 176. Additionally, this is just a protection, but we'd like a condition that there be no vehicular access on Leon. That's just to, again, remind the neighbors that we stand firm and will not have an access point for vehicles on Leon. The second is that there would be only 1 stories along the north and the east, which we've said all along we would do, and we want to make sure that's a condition of approval. Additionally, with the reduction of 7 lots, it will increase the square footage of the lots along the north to a minimum of 7,000 square foot lots, which originally the neighbors had wanted 10,000 square foot buffers. We will now have a minimum of 7,000 square foot along the north and a minimum of 6,000 along the east. Again, the neighbors had asked for a higher wall along the north, so we'd ask for a condition that we'd be required to do a 7-foot screen wall along the north property line. That would be in addition to retaining. So likely along that north property line, they'd have probably 9 feet on their side, and then the 7-foot wall on the D.R. Horton side. The developer will agree to provide homeowners with a disclosure of existing horse properties in the area, which they oftentimes do when they develop in RMP areas, so that these home buyers understand that the area surrounding it is RMP and that there are horses and smell that comes with that and flies. So we'll do that disclosure. And then finally, they had requested that we do an equestrian trail along Leon, similar to, there was a charter school approved on this property here. We're willing to do that equestrian trail, and I've proposed a condition that we do an equestrian trail consistent with what was approved on the charter school. So with this plan and these conditions, I think they may not be 100% in agreement, but I think as of the meeting last night, for the most part, NARA and the residents were comfortable with the revisions to this plan, and we would very much appreciate moving forward tonight with a recommendation of approval. We do have 2 waivers and 1 variance. Those waivers, the first waiver was in anticipation that the neighbors would want to keep this rural and keep the light pollution down, so we've asked for a waiver of the street lights on Leon, as well as internal street lights. One thing that came up last night, the councilman, in fact, had suggested possibly doing gas lamp lights in here just for a decorative feature. So we're happy to explore that. That'll be, again, between now and City Council, but I wanted to put that on the record so that the neighbors hear that we're willing to look at that. The second waiver is the amenity zone on Rancho and on Jones. The reason we asked for that, and that's the variance, the reason we asked for that is there's existing improvements there. So in order to do the amenity zone, we'd have to remove those improvements and then do the amenity zone, which D.R. Horton would prefer to use the improvements that are already there. And finally, the last waiver is for the internal streets to do non-public streets. These will be gated entrances. So inside the streets, we're proposing 44-foot wide streets with roll curbs and sidewalks on one side, which is consistent with several of D.R. Horton's other communities, with plenty of room for parking on both sides still. And while it doesn't meet the public street standard, we'd like to have that waiver approved to allow us to do non-public streets. Staff is recommending approval of the zone change because it's well within the master plan. We appreciate that recommendation, and we'd ask for your approval tonight.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. By a show of hands, can we see how many people are here to speak on this item tonight? Okay, good. Good evening.
Thank you, Commissioner Slotman. Commissioners, Lex Anderson, 3709 Waterhole Street. I'm the historian for our Rural Preservation Neighborhood Association. I'm basically the company clerk. Okay. I just got a very short presentation for you. You all received the package that has our documentation in it pertaining to all this, so this should go real quick. I hope it was helpful to you. First of all, we've been waiting for 2 decades for something to finally be developed in this parcel, and D.R. Horton's proposal would certainly fill that square. And quite frankly, that's a real biggie for us, just to get it out of the way. We appreciate planning staff and their denial with D.R. Horton's request of no streetlights within the project. This is a high-density development that'll bring high-density activity, and this should require appropriate interior street lighting to mitigate situations. Safety and security are always our primary consideration. Planning staff also deny the request for no street lighting along Leon. You know, in the past, we supported no street lights along with a rural preservation profile, but we've discussed this with Councilman Barlow, and with high-density housing in consideration with Founders Academy agenda, it's beginning to look like Leon streetlights would be required, especially in consideration of the historic activity at the Leon Alexander location, because this specific type of buffering can attract untoward behavior. We've had experience with that. Streetlights would help. And again, safety and security are always our primary consideration. We also appreciate planning staff denial for those for these busy, high-density profile interior streets not to be in compliance with public streets. Also, lastly, we appreciate planning staff's denial of D.R. Horton's request not to have required interior landscaping. Anything that can promote an aesthetically pleasing community profile for this compact development should be reinforced. As a rural preservation overlay district community, we will not be opposing this D.R. Horton development. At the same time, we also cannot support it, as it could appear that we would be complicit with assuming authority for redefining rural preservation transitional zoning boundary standards. This should be left up to the dais. The literature, and that includes everything from the NRS ordinance 2005 up through Title 18, Title 19, Master Plan 2020, Centennial Hills Master Plan, and the General Master Plan clearly document that graduation with transitional zoning, the next lower level of residential housing zoning hierarchy, is required to facilitate constructive profile supporting rural preservation, community, culture, values, safety, and identity. As a rural preservation overlay district, as with all overlay districts, specifically defined boundaries are fundamental to their purpose and their identity. In regards to D.R. Horton's proposal, you have our documentation, and there's no need for us to belabor the issue here. Ordinances and zoning code change standards need to be addressed at the appropriate level of authority, and our councilman is in accord with this, and he understands it. And I have, can I submit this for the record? This has materials that you all got and my presentation. So, thank you, sir. Thanks, gentlemen, ladies.
Thank you for coming in this evening. Anyone else want to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And Stephanie, do you need a minute to?
If I could just briefly, I'd like to thank NARA and the neighbors for working with us. There's been probably 15 to 20 people at all 4 meetings, and they've worked hard and spent their time, and we very much appreciate them working with us. So that's all.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn this over to the Plan Commission, Commissioner Trowbridge.
Thank you, Chairman. In regards to the horse trail along the eastern portion, it will connect to a proposed horse trail there by the charter school, but what happens north on Leon? Is there an existing horse trail there?
No, I don't believe there is.
So it's one of those trails to no place?
Correct.
Excellent, good choice. The other question is, along that same eastern boundary, you've got shown on your graphic there trees. Are those trees on the outside of a wall or on the inside?
Currently, they're proposed outside. We
Okay,
have discussed putting some inside if they would like that. Or
No, I'm just asking, I'm not debating. And the height of the wall that's going to be there?
Because of the elevation, we're going to do just the standard 6-foot block wall here because there'll be a couple feet of retaining on Leon. But they wanted 7 feet along the north because there's less retaining on the north side.
Okay, now I'm back to my original thought, the trail to no place. Where is this required? And why are we requiring that if it's not going anyplace? It just looks like waste of money and space that could perhaps be used for heavier landscaping that would be more attractive than a trail that's never going to be used for an intended purpose of horses. That's just
So-
makes no sense.
The trail's not specifically required in code. My understanding is it was imposed on the charter school at city council, and what we've been told is they'd like to see that same trail extend along our property line. So D.R. Horton's willing to do that, but, it's obviously up to your discretion.
And who's going to maintain the trail?
D.R. Horton would be maintaining that.
Okay, got my questions answered. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I noticed that there's a common area here in the center of the property. And I know you want dark skies, but will there be some low-level lighting there? It looks like it's a park, right?
Correct.
Would there be something, because it can get pretty dark at night.
Yes, they'll have some low-level lighting for sure. And as I mentioned, we may end up doing interior lighting in the community, and if you all would like that, we're happy to explore that. That came up last night for the first time, so, but yes, there will be low-level lighting in the park.
Thank you.
Commissioner Trowbridge.
Okay, for a second at-bat here. I appreciate D.R. Horton's willingness to maintain the trail, if that's going to be a forever commitment? Or is it going to be turned over to the HOA to maintain?
It would be turned over to the HOA, so the HOA would maintain.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, I misspoke, yeah. D.R. Horton's initially, and then the
Okay, I thought it would be turned over to the HOA for maintenance, so that
Correct.
people that buy the houses will have a portion of their HOA fees dedicated to maintaining an area outside of their sphere of influence.
Yes, that's
I
absolutely right.
understand. Thank you.
Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. First, I want to apologize to the residents for not attending the numerous meetings that were held. I was not aware of them, or else I would have been there. I was aware of the one last night, but I was in Carson City giving testimony on some legislation. But I do plan to be involved if this plans to move forward much more actively than I have been. So please note that. I think this is a very big project for our ward. I think it's good to see that a reputable builder like D.R. Horton is coming into our ward to build, to bring more rooftops and more density and help the businesses around the surrounding areas coming up to on Rancho and Decatur and moving up in the Cheyenne area. So I'm in support of the project. I will go with staff recommendation on the lighting of the Nile, but I think you're going to move forward with that to City Council, and by the time we leave here to go to City Council, then you'll have something in place, because I see that there's some discussion about the lighting, and I know in the past within the RMPs and where I live in an RMP, we also request that there's no lighting and it's very dim and dark, even though we're in the middle of the city. So I will be supporting this, and but I'm going to go with staff's recommendation for denial for the lighting, but you're going to work that out between now and council. So I say onward and upward, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Through the chair, I generally agree with the project. My question's on item 30, the amenity zone, the waiver of that, and what's kind of happening on Alexander going up to Jones, and it feels like it gets lost. There's a piece of the project that lands on Jones where it looks like nothing is proposed for where the waiver is, and that's where I kind of have the heartburn right now, and kind of how the sidewalks are going to finish in that area.
Could you get the microphone back on? Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, this is an interesting, actually, this doesn't show it. It's actually an interesting, there's a parcel right here that's separately owned on the corner. It's a tiny little parcel. So unfortunately, D.R. Horton doesn't have control of the corner at Rancho and Alexander. I'm trying to show you. Maybe you can see better on this plan. There's a small piece here that is out of their control, I guess. So the waiver we're requesting is a little tiny portion here on Rancho and a small portion here on Jones. This property owner will be responsible for the rest of the improvements on Jones and Rancho, and then this property owner will be, if they do anything, will be responsible for that. But we are trying to find this property owner because D.R. Horton thinks it would be great to have that corner piece and make that the entryway to the community, so they are going to look for that property owner, and then it would connect it a little bit better.
So are you saying that it comes down Alexander, stops where your landscaping is, then it turns into no sidewalk coming down to Jones?
That's a good question, actually.
Yeah, because I really have a lot of...
Mr. Chairman, I can maybe help with that.
Yes, please do.
Sure. So the required improvements that they're required to do by the code are the permanent improvements immediately adjacent to their property. And so you can see portions of Alexander, portions of Rancho, portions of Jones they're required to do. The sidewalk exists all on Jones, mostly on Rancho, and none on Alexander. So what they're going to do for their project is where right-of-way is immediately adjacent to their parcel, they'll construct full concrete sidewalks. In Alexander, it should be detached, like the school. On the portions they don't own, we're requiring through condition 10 is that they'll provide a asphalt path, so the sidewalk will connect all around the property, but some of it won't be permanent and some of it will be permanent. The parts that they own will be permanent concrete. The parts that they don't own adjacent to will be temporary asphalt sidewalk waiting for another developer to come in and do the full improvements.
Through the chair, thank you. So I'm clear. If they ever find this property owner, if the property owner comes forward, they'll finish off the sidewalk from the pavement, but then it turns into a section that's waived again adjacent on Rancho, and then it transitions again to the next property owner.
That's correct.
Okay. Again, I'll be supporting the project, but I will be going along with denial on item number 30, following staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner.
The horse trail that goes nowhere, and I understand how HOAs work, and that the HOA will be responsible for it, and it'll be in their documentations. The thing that I'm concerned about is it's dark out there, and how do we stop people from being in that horse trail late at night doing things they ought not to be doing? I mean, it just looked, if I was a kid, I'd think it'd be a great place to hide out. I was a kid. I probably would have hid out there. So, I mean, potentially it could be a problem down the road for the homeowners in that area.
Okay. And we'll certainly consider that, lighting, at least providing some lighting maybe. I guess that's kind of an open issue still.
I know.
Yeah.
But
That's a great
Thank
point,
you,
though.
Commissioner Tucson. Yes, Commissioner Creer.
Thank you. Just, I live in an RMP, like I was saying, and it's very common that we've done around the city to not have this lighting. And I understand the importance of it from a safety perspective, but I also understand the importance of maintaining that low light level in these specific areas also. But I completely understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Yes, and I just have a couple of comments. I appreciate the gentleman getting up this evening and talking about lights, and it's not too often we hear somebody saying we'd like to see some street lights, with that many, being an RNP, and my position typically on street lights, and your D.R. Horton's putting in, 100 plus, 150 plus units in a subdivision, and with no streetlights, it makes no sense. It creates dark communities. The communities that I've constructed in the past, we've always put up streetlights, and you need it. You can't just rely on a couple of lights above the garage door coming on when you're driving down the street. So I think there's some stuff that needs to be worked out between now and City Council with our city staff, but that's all the comments I have. Can we get a motion?
I just have one
Commissioner
comment,
Quinn.
please, through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I just want to compliment you, Stephanie Allen, on usually when we have a project near Nora, because they're such an active participating group, you've really done a wonderful job working with them, working for them, and above all, making it work for everybody. So I compliment you on that greatly. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion on agenda item 17, ZON 69642, recommend approval with conditions. 27.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. Commissioner Creer, before you carry on, Commissioner Trowbridge, did you have a comment?
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment. I will support the staff's recommendation to deny the request to light. However, I would just simply like to state for the benefit of Nora that this is the first time, to my recollection, that they've come forward and says we do want lights in the area. And if this is going to be the future trend, then I'm going to remember. And the other issue is where are we requiring the horse trail? That bothers me, to require a horse trail and require the HOA to maintain it. They won't have access to it because no one's going to be using it. That is like putting a fourth base in the middle of a baseball field. It's just, who dreamed this up? So how do we get the requirement for the horse trail out of there?
Commissioner, if Commissioner Trowbridge, if you'll give me just 1 second. At the Planning Commission hearing where we heard the school, I was very vocal and adamant about having a sidewalk in on the side of that school versus an equestrian trail that went nowhere. City Council overrode us and took away the sidewalk and put in an equestrian trail. At minimum, we should have been able to have a sidewalk and the equestrian trail, but I hear they took away our sidewalk for the kids that were going to be attending that school. So this is an extension of something that was overruled, by City Council, and I'm not sure why that decision was made. So if you want to make any other comments on that.
I do know they watch our meetings, and maybe some of my snide comments will not go unnoticed.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, you can still make that recommendation on this new application if you'd like to, that horse trail go away. And that will carry forward to City Council, and they can make a determination whether they want it to stay or whether they eliminate it. So you can still make that recommendation.
Okay.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Lucian of Hyatt Public Works. Just to clarify, what happened with the school was the sidewalk was taken out, but the equestrian trail is required to be completely outside of the right-of-way. And so I can use a very similar condition to add to the tended map here. If we want to perpetuate that trail, we can add a sentence to condition number 10 of the tended map when it comes up. But it will be required to be completely out of the right-of-way so we can preserve a sidewalk in the future. And this particular applicant is currently proposing to construct the sidewalk. So,
Okay, so we will get a sidewalk and an equestrian trail.
that is correct.
Unfortunately, we couldn't have one at the school as well.
Now,
Well, then when the motion goes through, I would like to have it included at the appropriate place, that they give consideration to not requiring the horse trail to no place.
that'll be on agenda item 31 on the tentative map, if I'm correct, and why don't we discuss it at 31, exactly what we want to put the conditions on that? Is that perfect? Thank you,
Yes.
Chair. Agenda item 28, WVR 69643. I'm going to go along with staff's recommendation for denial.
Motion for denial. Reminding everyone a yes vote is for denial. That motion is denied.
Thank you. Agenda item 29, WVR 69644. I'm going to move for approval.
And that motion carries.
Thank you. Agenda item 30, VAR 69645. I'm going to make a motion for approval.
That motion carries.
Thank you. Agenda item 31, TMP 69646. I'm going to move for approval, and I'm going to read in some conditions, and we might have some amendments to some conditions, but where they're presented now is a maximum of 169 lots, no vehicular access on Leon Avenue, only single-story homes along the north and east property lines, minimum 7,000 square foot lots along the north property line, minimum 6,000 square foot lots along east property line, 7-foot screen wall on top of retaining wall along the north property line. The developer to provide homeowners with disclosure of existing horse properties in the area. And as of stated now, the equestrian trail on Leon Avenue consistent with the trail approved to the south via VAR 66310. So it would be a continuation of the equestrian trail from the Founders Academy.
To the
Did you
motion.
want to add in, do we need to add in about the sidewalk? That's going to go into, pardon me? Yeah, but I don't know if we need to express that in the condition or not.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, no, we don't need to discuss the sidewalk because they're not requesting it to be removed.
Okay.
And as far as the question condition, if we would just add a sentence to condition 10, this is very similar to what was approved at the school, which states, if a horse trail is allowed, it must be constructed outside of the public right-of-way and must be perpetually maintained by the adjacent homeowners association. It kind of leaves it open as far as between now and city council, they can probably design or show how that equestrian trail is going to look. But it makes it clear that it's outside the public right-of-way.
Ms. Allen, you're fine with those conditions?
Yes, we're fine with that. That's our understanding.
Thank you. I recommend approval with all stated conditions.
Commissioner Creer, just 1 second.
Yes.
Just to be very specific, because Commissioner Trowbridge has given me a look, and I'm giving him the same look back. And we would like for Public Works to specifically state, again for us on the record, that since they are not requesting a waiver of the sidewalk on Leon, they will have to put that in.
Yes, that is correct. So the cross-section that they show on their tentative map will include the sidewalk, and it's, I believe it's a detached sidewalk. The equestrian trail, if it's going to be constructed, will be completely outside of the right-of-way.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
I would suggest as a friendly amendment to the motion and say that if the horse trail is to be built, that the horse trail would be maintained by the benefactors of the trail, which would be the NORA HOA, be responsible for ongoing maintenance. Well, we could create one then, I guess.
Excuse me, through you, Mr. Chairman, couldn't this new development be responsible when they purchase the home in the agreement that they will maintain the trail?
Yes, they would know.
Not Nora in general. This development buys a house and in their contract says we will maintain the trail. Not Nora, not the people that aren't using it, but the people that are buying the house within this development.
The residents within the development would definitely know that the HOA is responsible to maintain.
Not Nora.
Correct.
A separate entity.
Right.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Trowbridge, I do understand your frustrations, but I think we all know that we can't put this on
Well,
NORA.
I'm glad that my HOA isn't required to maintain a horse trail to no place. But if they want to buy a home there and be responsible, maybe we could add some other things that they could maintain. Where does this end? It's not fair.
Mr. Chairman, this would be disclosed in the documents before they purchase, so they wouldn't be, the new residents of this new HOA would not be surprised. They might think it's kind of odd, but they wouldn't be surprised. So it would be in their documents.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Creer.
Thank you. Once again, I will move for approval TMP 69646 with all stated conditions, including the horse trail.
Motion's on the floor for approval. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you to the residents for working with
Mr.
us.
Chairman, items 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31 will be heard at City Council on June 21st, 2017.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 32, MOD 69232, applicant John Staluppi Jr., owner Northwest Auto World LTD, for possible action on a request for a major modification of the Town Center Land Use Plan to amend the special land use designation from SCTC Service Commercial Town Center and GCTC General Commercial Town Center to GCTC General Commercial Town Center at 5850 Centennial Center Boulevard, Ward 6, Ross. Staff recommends approval. Relating to item 33, SDR 69233, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed three-story, 246,709 square foot motor vehicle sales new establishment with a waiver of Title 19.08 perimeter landscape buffer standards, and to allow five-foot buffers on portions of the south and east property lines where 8 feet is required, and waivers of the town center development standards to allow a 3-story building where 2 stories are allowed, a reduction in parking lot landscaping, and a parking lot in the front of the building where parking is only allowed on the rear side of the building at 5850 Centennial Center Boulevard, Ward 6, Ross. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting to redevelop the southern half of the subject property with an automobile dealership and ancillary service center. The major modification to GCTC General Commercial Town Center is compatible with surrounding property and would make the whole property one designation. The waivers to town center standards proposed by the applicant will allow a condition similar to that of other automotive uses in the area. Staff is therefore recommending approval of these requests, subject to conditions. Please note that there are additional letters of support and protest since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Mark Petch of Vetilago Petch Architects. I'm the architect of record here tonight to represent the applicant. We've worked with staff and reviewed their report with them and concur with their review, and are here to answer any questions you may have with the project.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone want to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Turn this over to the Planning Commission for action, discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with staff's recommendation for approval, and the applicant will see my support on both items.
Thank you. It doesn't look like we have any further discussion. If we can get a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Public Works, if I could replace condition number 14 with another condition.
Please do.
I'd like to make that this time. I'd like to replace condition 14 with, prior to the issuance of permits, grant a bus shelter pad easement in conformance with standard drawing number 234.2 for the existing bus stop on Centennial Center Boulevard adjacent to this site, unless the Regional Transportation Commission, RTC, acknowledges in writing that this easement is not required.
Thank you. Do you agree with the revised condition?
The owner's been made aware of this, and we agree. We're good to cooperate.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, seeing there's no more discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion on item 32, MOD 69232. My motion is to follow staff's recommendation for approval with the revised condition as stated and agreed to by the applicant.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote.
And I apologize, Mr. Chair. Our condition was supposed to be on item 33. Sorry.
Mr. Scott, do we need to retract our motion?
Yeah, if you can just go back, Mr. Chairman, just resend that motion and then reconsider it with that addition to number 33.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. The condition, the new revised condition is on item 33, not on the one that was just voted for. It is on.
Oh, okay.
It's on 33, not 32.
Okay.
Is the condition change?
Even if it's on 32, it won't have any effect on 32, so you're okay.
Okay. Commissioner Moody?
All right, then on item 33, SDR 69233, my motion is to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to the revised condition number 14.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 32 and 33 will be heard at City Council on June 21st, 2017.
Thank you. Moving on to items 34 and 35. Item 34 is waiver 69608, applicant owner Farm and Durango Investors LLC for possible action on a request for a waiver of the town center development standards to allow 36-inch box Chinese pistache shade trees along Farm Road where 36-inch box Rio Grande ash trees are required at 8451 Farm Road, Ward 6, Ross. Staff recommends denial. Item 35, review of condition 69607 for possible action on a request for review of condition of an improved site development plan, SDR 61074, to delete condition number 10A, which states provide 36-inch box Rio Grande ash trees within the amenity zone along Farm Road at 30-foot intervals in conformance with the Town Center Development Standards Manual at 8451 Farm Road, Ward 6, Ross. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a review of condition and waiver to permit the use of an alternative tree species from the Town Center Development Standards Manual. Staff recommends denial of this request in order to create cohesion, balance, and conformity with the existing adjacent developments that have used the required tree, the Rio Grande ash. Please note that there are additional letters of support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Jeremy Strawn, 175 East Warm Springs Road. We are requesting change to the tree species for the ash tree that runs along Durango and Farm Road. It's less than 30 trees, but we had kind of a discovery along the way of issues that came up with the ash tree that's required by the development code. And we'd like to request a change to a new tree species that looks the same, but kind of fares better in the environment. We kind of worked with the landscape architect that's here tonight to kind of answer any of your questions. And he kind of worked with the City of Las Vegas arborist to kind of discuss the tree and kind of get their recommendation on a change in the species. And we ask that you approve a change.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for a discussion, starting with Commissioner Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it my understanding through you to the applicant that you have a letter from the city's urban forester recommending use of the tree that you're requesting?
Yeah, do you want to talk about that?
Excuse me. I'm Dan Hill with Hill Clark & Associates, a licensed landscape architect and also have horticulturist. The information that came out of this was with another horticulturist, and it's in the valley here. Dennis Swartzel identified about a year ago that the ash borer has become an epidemic from the East Coast to the Midwest and is currently in Denver right now, and they project within the next 5 years that it'll be in Las Vegas. And it's a devastating type of to the trees. And with that information, it become kind of a wisdom more thing to say, okay, we've got ash trees here that within the next 5 years will be growing that have the potential to be killed due to the borers. And I can't say what that time period will be, but the potential that it exists. And so the intent was to switch the tree from an ash tree to pistache, which is similar in characteristic and when I say characteristics of the leaf of the tree And in fact, across this development, to the north side of Durango, as the pistache tree is planted in that development over there. And so that was one of the things too, because there's already an existing pistache tree along Durango, but that also would be an excellent tree to continue with, to change out for the ash tree. And that's the basis as far as why that tree was selected as a replacement for the ash tree.
Okay, thank you very much. We've seen this before on some recent applications, and you have my support on this. I understand why the city recommended denial. It's part of our code, but I think you've provided the justification, so you have my support.
I have a question for city staff. So as far as town center goes, how much of town center drive or whatever, to get the streets?
Farm and Durango.
Yeah, Farm and Durango. How complete is that portion of town center as far as the street trees and having ash trees and so on and so forth? And I don't need an exact answer. And I'll ask the same thing of Public Works. I mean, and have we changed out, allowed this to be changed out on other applications?
Sure, Mr. Chair. I'm not aware of where we've allowed to take the different trees out, but I can tell you that this is kind of an infill piece, so this is the last corner. As far as off-site improvements and town center standards, all the other corners are done. This is kind of the remaining piece.
I have a question for planning staff. Is there only one particular type of tree that's allowed, or is there a list of trees that are allowed?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Town Center has a list of trees, but they're specific as to where those trees can be used. So in this case, this is the specific tree that's used in this streetscape.
So on this particular street, there's only one species of tree that's actually allowed. So we're going to have a street full of ash, and then we're going to change to a different type of tree on this one project?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And this is all based on, and what our city arborists have to say?
He kind of disagrees with the use of the ash tree. When you use one type of tree, you're kind of have one, you're not diversifying your trees. You're just that one tree. If one epidemic hits it, it's going to wipe out that kind of tree. So they're recommending diversification of the forest. Staff recommends, they say it's 40%. It's only 8% on our site. You can afford to lose that, but from our owner's standpoint, he's paying 2 cars for new trees if it ever in 5 years hits. So does he want to do that? He sees the risk of it. He wants to do something else. There's only one tree allowed for the streetscape. We're recommending a tree that's very similar to the one, but because it says one tree, you're not allowed any other options. We're required to do a waiver, and that's what we're requesting. The tree we're requesting looks the same. It's not like we're asking for like a palm tree or a cactus. It's a deciduous tree with similar leaf structure. So.
Agreed, but if we have all of our street trees put in up and down the street, and then you come in based on something that's happened out of, other parts of the city. I planted 20, 48-inch box trees in front of one of my communities, and within two weeks, they were overtaken by bugs, start dying. We hired somebody to go spray them, and now they're, the healthiest looking trees. So to say that you want to change the type of tree, which is going to change that look, and you're going to be the only project that's not uniform, it sounds like you might have some support up here, but you're not going to see my support on this. Director, do you have
Yeah,
Any comments?
Mr. Chairman, let me clarify. The city arborist is a city employee, and he completely supports all of the codes and policies that were adopted by the city council and by this planning commission. He does have opinions about the needs to diversify trees. Keep in mind that this particular tree that was spec'd for this street, in order to create that sense of place and that identity, is a recommended street tree by the Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition and all the arborists who worked on that project as well. So, I mean, I understand and appreciate the city arborists looking out for the interests of the city down the road, and certainly we are going to be working together to, you know, look at our policies and codes, but city employees do, as a matter of fact, support the policies and codes adopted by the council and this planning commission.
And just one last comment. If there was a variety of species that was allowed and you're deviating, you know, on 1 out of 10 species that was allowed, I probably wouldn't have that big of an issue with it, but you're going to be the only property that stands out. And I know that you tried finding a tree that was pretty close, but this is just not justified. So, and I don't need any more comments. Thank you. Commissioner Moody?
Okay, thank you very much. With respect to item 34, WVR 69608, my motion is for approval.
The motion carries.
Item 35, ROC 69607, my motion is also for approval, subject to all as if approved conditions.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 34 and 35 will be heard at City Council on June 21st, 2017.
Thank you. Item 36, VAR 67949, applicant owner Samaritan House, Inc., for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 6 parking spaces where 11 spaces are required at the northeast corner of Adams Avenue and 4th Street, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends denial. Item 37, VAR 69804, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow the back end of a motor vehicle onto a public street from a parking area where such is not allowed at the northeast corner of Adams Avenue and 4th Street. Staff recommends denial. Item 38, SDR 67950, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 3,060 square foot building at the northeast corner of Adams Avenue and 4th Street, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a 3,060 square foot metal building. In order to develop the site, it requires variances to reduce the parking and permit vehicles to back onto a public street. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary hardship to justify the 2 variance request has been presented, and staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship. Please note that there are additional letters of support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Kathy Mason, 7780 La Cienega. I am asking for abated till June 13th. Is that possible?
You want
These
to
3 items.
hold these 3 items in
Please.
advance? Are you the applicant?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you. I would be in support of that. I would also like to see if the applicant would get in touch with me, and I would like to come out and take a look at what you're trying to do.
That'd be great.
As
Thank you.
your planning commissioner. I'm not sure if you knew that or not, but I am your commissioner, so I would like to come out, take a look at the Samaritan House, see what you're trying to do, so we have a better idea of what's going on.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I would like to go with you, Cedric. Could you
Be my
please call
pleasure.
me? Thank
That
you.
would be greatly appreciated.
Okay.
This is a facility that's needed, and with your guys' understanding, you'd have a better understanding of what's going
Great.
on here.
I'll give you my card and
Okay, that'd
get
be
in touch
great.
with me.
Thank you,
Perfect.
sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we get a motion to have this held in advance?
Through the chair, I'd like to make a motion for items number 36, 37, and 38 to be held in abeyance until the June 13th Planning Commission meeting.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. The motion carries, and this item will be heard at the June 13th, 2017 Planning Commission hearing. Moving on to items 39 through 41. VAR 69261, applicant owner, ADKD Holdings LLC, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a residential adjacency setback of 20 feet where a minimum 54 feet is required at 3991 Vegas Drive, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Item 40, VAR 69339, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 38 parking spaces where 40 spaces are required for building maintenance service and sales facility at 3991 Vegas Drive. Staff recommends denial. Item 41, SDR 69262, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a 11,780 square foot building maintenance service and sales building at 3991 Vegas Drive. Staff recommends denial. Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a commercial building and parking lot to accommodate a building maintenance service and sales use on an infill site adjacent to a golf course. Variances for parking and for residential adjacency have been requested, as well as exceptions for landscaping along the west property line and within the parking field. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the site has been presented to substantiate the requests, and the project could be designed to meet the minimum standards of Title 19. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of all applications. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Dean Bryan. I'm here with the applicant. My address is 4485 West Sunset Road.
Alberto De La Paz, the owner and applicant, 5113 Alpine Place.
Hi, Mr. De La Paz purchased this property in 2013 with the plan to one day move his office building over here, and his current office is now on Alpine. He's in the cleaning business and has several contracts with the city of Las Vegas, cleaning bus stops and many other things. This building just allows him to expand in his building, and on each side of the building he has a storage space. Some might call it office warehouse. It's not the intent. It's just he'll just put his office in the middle, and on each side he has separated the different kind of storage facilities that he has to do for his cleaning business. We think it's an excellent location. It's an excellent location for his employees. It's very convenient for them to stay down in this area, and that's one of the reasons why he's willing to develop the building in this location. The three items that were mentioned, or the items that were mentioned, one was the residential adjacency. On the side of the building, we try to make the smallest and shortest building that we can, keep the building, the roof flat, but what happens when he puts in a 12-foot garage door to back in his service truck in there to unload or load things back up, he's got a 12-foot door and a 2-foot coil and trusses and just a flat roof, and ironically it just comes out to 18 feet. The residential adjacency code states that anything over 15 feet, you go into the 3-to-1 rule. So for every foot that you go over, you have to multiply the building height by the distance away from the residential adjacency. So by going from 15 to 18 feet, you multiply that 18 feet by 3, and that's what gives you the 54. It's not our intent to overbuild the building or overbuild the site. It's just a circumstance of we have it here. We try to design the building. We work with staff on making all 4 sides of the building pleasing, and we'd like to discuss that more if there's other questions. The items on the landscaping on the back of the building, he purposely bought this building because he golfs over there at the golf course, and so he wants to have his office and be able to have a view of the golf course and take advantage of that. So we've only asked staff to help us eliminate 4 trees. We haven't eliminated any shrubs or any other requirements on there. It's just the four trees on the one end of the building. The parking is with the size of the building, and even though we don't use the side 2 buildings or the 2 spaces, as office, but we're still required to count the building square footage with the office parking requirement. And when you add up the building size, you end up with 40 spaces, and we've done our best to maximize our spaces, and we've asked for the few fingers that would be missing on the east side and on the south side to be eliminated, but we haven't eliminated any of the landscaping in those outside border areas. We've tried to keep it dense and keep all the shrubs there. In regards to the parking, we did try to fit in parking up in front of the buildings, in front of the door areas where we have the storage space, but because of the use of the building, there again, they require a 400 square foot area where you cannot have parking. They want to have that for a staging area in the event that you would use it for that. And so when we cut back our parking and we went to this new revised plan, we just ended up with 38 spaces. So we're not intentionally trying to cut down on spaces. We did intentionally not use any compact car spaces because we do want 9-foot spaces in every location. So we tried to make a building that would last for a long time, and this is what we have to present, and we'd like to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion. Well, I guess I'll start. I don't have a big issue with the variance for the 2 parking spaces and the SDR. Question is the residential adjacency setback. I mean, are any of your neighbors? Well, I looked and I didn't see any protest cards but one, but it didn't tell me what address they belong to. So this would be items 39, 40, and 41. It looks like you've had 2 protests on each one of those items and 3 more letters of support. So I'm not sure if you did any reach out to those particular neighbors or not.
We, in fact, it was only today that I received one of the protests, and that protest is kind of down the street, around the corner a ways. We didn't knock on those doors, but we did work with Councilman Barlow's office, and we went on the back of the property. We thought would be the biggest impact, and we knocked on all those doors, and everyone that would listen to us or would answer the door, we talked to them. The people that live in behind this property actually are renters, and they've told us that they would rather have the development than the people who have slept on the property. Now, when Albert bought the property, he went there and cut down all the trees, but over this last 4 years, they've grown back up again. But his intent was to go clean it up, and so I think that if we get turned loose to develop it, we'll do what they want to do and make a nice gated lot back there, and it's not be open to the.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Creer?
Thank you. So you want to take out how many trees?
Only
For
the
the
4
view?
trees on the west side of the property where the offices are that face the golf course. And the golf course has a ton of trees on their side of the fence, but it would just be so we wouldn't have to be blocked by our office windows.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the parking spaces, the trees. Are you able to relocate those trees or put them someplace or donate them or do something instead of just tear them down and discard them?
Well, we're not tearing down any trees.
So what are you doing then? Explain, help me understand.
The variance is just so we don't plant trees in the 65-foot, 70-foot space behind our new building.
Right, but is there trees, did you say there were trees already there because you're trying to make a space to keep a view?
Yeah, they're overgrown shrubs that have just been there for.
So they aren't trees?
20, 30 years, no.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to question. So with Vegas Drive running east and west, we know that you have a residential development that you called renters directly behind you. On the east side, is that a house?
No, it's not.
No,
It's a commercial use.
And on the west side?
On the east side is a commercial property.
And on the west side?
On the west side is the golf course.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So any more discussion, Mr. Chair?
No more discussion. I'd like to have a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion for agenda item 39, VAR 69261. Make a motion for approval.
Motion for approval. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. Agenda item 40, VAR 69339. Make a motion for approval.
Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Agenda item 49, SDR 69262. I make a motion for approval.
Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 39 through 41 will be heard at City Council on June 21st, 2017.
And at this point, we have been going for a little over 2 hours, and so we're going to take about a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back. Good evening. This Plan Commission meeting is called back to order. Starting with item number 42, VAR 69662, applicant owner Charleston Associates LLC et al. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow 3 proposed 24-foot tall monument signs where 10 feet is allowed, to allow 1 383 square foot and 2 208 square foot monument signs where 75 square feet per sign is allowed, and to allow an 8-foot separation between the 3 proposed monument signs where a minimum separation of 100 feet between signs is required at the northeast corner of Charleston Boulevard and Rampart Boulevard. Ward 2 Beers. Staff recommends denial. And relating to item 43, MSP 69663, for possible action on a request for a master sign plan for an existing shopping center at the northeast corner of Charleston Boulevard and Rampart Boulevard. Ward 2 Beers. Staff recommends denial. Staff?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant proposed new signage for the Boca Park Shopping Center to be located at the northeast corner of Charleston Boulevard and Rampart Boulevard. A variance is required to permit 3 monument signs that exceed the height and area allowed and fail to meet the minimum spacing requirements. The applicant has not provided evidence of a hardship, and staff therefore recommends denial of the variance. The master sign plan submitted only provides standards for the new signage proposed at the corner, which is recommended for denial. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the master sign plan. If approved, staff has included a condition of approval that requires a comprehensive master sign plan, including standards for all signage within Boca Park Marketplace, Boca Park Fashion Village, and shops at Boca Park within 60 days of final action. Please note that there are additional letters of support and protest since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Bonnie Egerton, 5470 Wynn Road, number 600, the applicant here on behalf of the owner, who's here as well.
James Grindstaff, 9440 West Sahara Avenue, and I was eating lunch today at Panacea, and Shane Stewart said to say hello.
Okay.
I just want to start by saying the owner had previously applied in 2013 and gained approval for a 40-foot monument in this, pylon in this exact location. I'd like to start by showing that, please, if you'll go to the overhead. Thank you. So this was, again, the sign that was approved back in 2013. Again, a 40-foot high sign, four-sided. And when the applicant came, or I'm sorry, the owner came to us and was inquiring about pricing, we said, hey, you know, can we take a look at this from a design aspect? We think we can have a better suited, less obtrusive, more responsive to the context and the surroundings approach to this, and still meet the needs of your center, which, as we all know, is not a small center. There's a lot of tenants there to appease, and I'll kind of let James take it from here and walk us through the rest of it.
So as you can see through the new design, the reason, excuse me, the reason there were waivers and variances that were required was strictly because of a code interpretation. This sign, as you can see, is much lower. It's half as tall as the 40-foot sign that was approved. It's broken up into several pieces, so it's not monolithic. But they considered this a monument sign, as opposed to a pylon sign based on specific wording in the code. As you can see, the sign is, in my estimation, and I believe many other people, is much more pleasing. As I said earlier, it's broken up, it's shorter, and it is a more modern design as opposed to a monolithic design that we see with a lot of the pylon signs. You look at pylon signs like you find at Best of the West, which are very tall, adjacent to the freeway, close to the freeway, very appropriate for that surrounding. But we believe this sign does much more to fit into the character of the shopping center and the neighborhood as opposed to a very tall 40-foot sign. So all the variances and the waivers and all those things listed here were strictly based on what we call this, whether we call it a pylon sign or a monument sign. To me, it's more of a pylon sign that we've laid down on its side and made, broken it up into pieces. If we had joined it with steel beams from each one of the flanking, what staff calls monument signs to the left and right to the LED board in the middle, then it would have been a single sign, for instance. So, but those are the kind of things that would have affected the design and not provided as much break in the design as we have. So based on that, I entertain any questions you may have on this sign. Thank you.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Commissioner Trowbridge.
I think this is a far more attractive sign than what was previously approved. I mean, it's a more contemporary look, and I think those big pylon signs are out and out unattractive. But I do have a question for staff. You mentioned an if-approved condition that would involve the review of a lot of signage that's already in existence all over the entire Boca Park area. Could you explain
Mr.
what's
Chairman,
going on there?
Through you, over the years, there's been a number of different signs that have been used within the Boca Park. The initial entitlements for signage requirement throughout the commercial development does not address everything that is out there in existence, and it would be a comprehensive cleanup to include all of the signage that is out there and address any issues that are outstanding.
May I speak on that through the chair, please?
Yes.
Just for clarification, all the pylon signs that are out there have been approved and were submitted in the original master sign plan. So just to clarify, there is a master sign plan that has been amended twice since its existence, and to address the pylon signs. So I would ask staff if they could clarify what pylon signs or monument signs have not been addressed. I'm unaware.
Through you, Chairman, I didn't express anything about pylons or monument signs. There's existing code enforcement issues with window signage and any other signage that has yet to be addressed by the existing entitlements. This would be an opportunity to clean that up so that going forward, there are no issues with signage on the development.
And we would have no problems making those changes. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, if there's no other questions to be made.
Commissioner Creer, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question. You know, I'm all about providing aesthetics and very familiar with Boca Park. I mean, you're going from 75 feet, though, to 208 feet and 383 square feet. They're supposed to be 100 feet between each other. They're going to be 8-foot separation. Like, you don't think it's overkill?
I don't think it's a monument sign. That's where I have the issue. It's a pylon sign. It's a corner pylon sign that's been designed differently with design techniques from 2017 and not design techniques from 1975.
So you're saying that if it was a pylon, if it was labeled as a pylon sign, sign, then we would have different regulations than as a monument sign?
Yes, sir, and you would have 0 waivers or variances on this application.
And if I may, I would just like to point out, they're actually far under what's allowable, both in freestanding and in monuments, per their linear frontage, which is quite large. They're allowed 15 freestanding signs. They currently have 5. They're allowed 18 monument signs. They have 0. Square footage is 6,380. They only have 1,500. In freestanding, in monuments, they're allowed 1,300, and again, they have 0. So the shopping center is very well underserved in terms of signage, and we thought this was, again, a less obtrusive response to get some of those tenants out on the prominent corner.
And, excuse me, are these signs backlit? They're lit? There's these video, are those static images, or are they video images?
It is an LED component in the middle, but they will be static images. They will conform to Chapter 19.
And the light, you'll be able to control how bright they are, like at night, so if someone's at a light, they won't be blinded by...
Yes, they will have a dimmer.
So how do we get this cleaned up, though? I mean, we're confident these are, per our code, monument signs and not pylon signs. So I wouldn't want to discuss something if there's not... our staff is really good, so I can't see them not knowing the difference between a monument and a pylon sign.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Either way, I mean, the city has the right to interpret their zoning code, and our interpretation, or they act as monument signs based on the method of attachment at the base. Either scenario, pylon or not, if you're thinking of it as one sign, maybe that argument would hold true, but in each frontage and their distance separations, we would be looking at similar applications if we considered it a pylon sign as well.
Yeah, and I'm not sure the argument that the entire retail facility is underserved in terms of the number of signs? Because that doesn't necessarily apply to, just because you have one big sign and you can have 10 small signs doesn't mean that the one big sign should supersede you having 10 small signs. So,
But, sir, that would just be per the code, right? I mean, all that she was saying is that per the code, per the city code, we have the ability to construct a lot more signage than we have out there. Now,
right, but you have the ability to construct more signs. You don't have the ability to construct, since you want to get to code, then, a 383 square foot sign when the code says you're supposed to have a 75 square foot sign. That's code.
Can I go back to this sign, sir, Commissioner? Which one do you like better?
I will say this to you.
Yes, sir.
It seems like you have a level of frustration that you are projecting towards
No, I'm just asking
this
you the
board.
sign.
This is my interpretation of you. And so if you want to go directly towards code, which you stated, then we can go directly towards the code and it would not get approved. And I don't appreciate you saying to me, questioning me, which sign do I like better?
I apologize if that's the way I came off.
How about this? You and I don't need to conversate anymore.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. So, to you.
Yes.
You don't feel as though, to my original question, that the size of these signs are overkill compared to what the code allows?
No, actually, the way we've always viewed this, again, coming from what was approved and from the design aspect, we just said, how can we be a little less obtrusive, a little more welcoming and responsive to the existing context? And it all kind of stemmed from the existing wall, which is seen in this photo. And as you said, I'm sure you're familiar with Boca Park, so you're not a stranger to this big wall here that's, hiding the retaining portion. That big curved wall, I think it's 800 square feet is what was determined in all of the findings. Is existing. So when we kind of deconstructed what we viewed as a very obtrusive 40-foot high sign, we kind of took those pieces down and spread them across the existing wall. And we've always honestly viewed them, again, this is in the plan view, this is the existing wall. We've always just viewed it as kind of a deconstructed pylon, and that's where our approach has come from. And in terms of, again, the square footage, that's where our site of it being a pylon is actually, again, well under allowable square footage and height. And again, it's just between what, is it a pylon or is it a monument? Or a group of monuments.
Commissioner Moody?
Mr. Chair, through you, a question for staff. If we deny these items, does the monolithic sign stay approved?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the original approval that they're referring to for the 40-foot tall sign, that has expired, if I'm not mistaken. So if you denied this, there would be no 40-foot tall sign. It would be what's being proposed here would then probably go to City Council. But it doesn't, as a result of this denial, or if it was fully denied, go back to a 40-foot sign. They would have to make a new application for that.
I raised this, I remember when I believe I remember when the monolithic sign came before us, and I was against that, and I still think this is too much as well, so I can't support it.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Trowbridge?
Having heard that information, I'm still ready to make a motion in regards to item number 42, which is variance 69662. I'd make a recommendation for approval.
That motion carries.
In regards to item number 33, which is a master sign plan 69663, I'd make a motion for approval.
And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 42 and 43 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to staff as well. They all worked diligently to help us get through this. Thank you.
Thanks. Moving on to item number 44, VAR 69298, applicant owner Veronica De Leon for possible action on a request for variance to allow 11-foot rear yard setback where 15 feet is required for an existing 400 square foot addition To allow a 2.5-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing attached carport, and to allow the addition and the carport to not be aesthetically compatible with the principal dwelling at 3228 Point Lobos Drive, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a variance to permit an existing addition and carport that do not meet the minimum setback requirements. This case is the result of a code enforcement case. No evidence of unique or extraordinary hardship to justify the request has been presented, and staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship. Please note, there is an additional letter of protest since the publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, staff. It's Larry Sanchez, 7844 Sorenbrook Street, the engineer, if you will, representing the homeowner. Here tonight to ask the staff for approval. We want to legalize what we have here is a room addition or an extension of the rear kitchen area, as well as a closet storage area in the back. We're about 11 feet from the property line, but the setback rule is 15, as we know. And in reference to the carport, we want to go 3 feet away from the property line as opposed to being on the property line. So we're asking staff to hopefully give us an approval with regards to this.
Thank you. Did you have anything to add?
Yes, my name is Remy Fajardo. I'm a co-owner of the property. My wife, Veronica De Leon.
Okay.
And like Mr. Sanchez said, we're here to see if we can get approval of to move forward for the permit. The reason why all this came about was just a dispute with the tenant, and that's it. That's
Okay.
why we're here.
Thank you.
you.
This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone want to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this structure, this carport's already built?
Yes, sir.
So you put it up without getting approval?
No, we didn't.
Please talk into the microphone for me, please.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
No,
I'm good.
sir. We purchased the property, my wife and I, back in 2015, and it was already there.
Ah, it was already there.
Yes.
Okay.
We didn't do anything.
And the carport now, you said is 3 feet? Is 3 feet from the property line?
Currently, it is on the property line.
On the property line,
but we
east.
want to relocate it to 3 feet away from the property line.
So you want to make it lesser?
Yes. What happens is, we understand that there's a fire code issue when it's on the property line, and we want to make sure we meet the fire code and abide by the city's requirements at the minimum. We would go 5 feet, but unfortunately, the distance from the edge of the wall of the house is only about 11 feet. So if we encroach in a couple more feet, you won't be able to squeeze a car in there. That's why we need 3 as opposed to 5.
Okay. Gracias. Está bien.
Any other comments? Commissioner Cherry.
Through the chair, question on the actual structure. It was purchased in 15, but it looks like the work was performed in 2016 with the addition, not of the carport, but I guess the addition off the kitchen. Is that correct?
No, it was already there. The addition on the backyard, which is 11 feet from the wall, it was already there. We didn't build the walls or anything. We did the inside the space. It was not very nice, so we just opened it up.
Okay, was it permitted? Did you go through a permit process to open it up?
No,
That's what I'm
no, we
confused,
didn't,
sorry.
because it was inside. That what we did is just knock out a wall and to make it one larger space rather than divide it in 3 little spaces.
Okay, I'm a bit confused still. Thank you.
Yes.
And before you make a motion, I'm just looking at something. So this is at 3228 Point Lobos Drive and 3225. Is that your neighbor?
On the north side, yes.
Because they sent in a protest card on this particular item, so, and then we received another protest card on this particular item since publication, so, I mean, if we're encroaching on, you know, neighboring property, and your neighbors aren't in support of it, so.
The neighbor next door, it is. I spoke to her yesterday, and she said it was okay. She would write
Yeah.
a letter to the...
I see people right across the street, or,
Across the street, well, he is a troublemaker for, not just for me, for everybody in the neighborhood.
but
I
they're
don't
not
know.
here, and I can't
control him.
I mean, all I can do is go off of what I see, and I don't see any letter of support. You talking to your neighbor? I appreciate
Yeah,
you
we,
doing. Sir, do not interrupt me while I'm talking. You saying that you spoke to your neighbor, that's fine. But that has, I mean, you should have gotten a letter before you come to us. I'll give you 10 seconds to make a comment.
Yeah, the letter, we'd be more than happy to provide a letter from the neighbor adjacent to the side where the carport is, and we don't want to leave the carport up against the property line. We're willing to move it and willing to have a letter from that neighbor for vouch for that. As far as the neighbor across the street, I don't know anything about that.
All right. Commissioner Creer, can we have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item 44, VAR 69298. I move for approval with the condition that you do provide a letter, though, as you move over to City Council from your neighbor who is who's attached to you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Mr. Chairman, through you, Commissioner, would that be a recommendation for a letter?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe it'd be a recommendation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 44 will be heard at City Council on June 21st, 2017.
Thank you. 45, VAR 69638, applicant owner William Zuck for possible action on a request for variance to allow a 10-foot corner side yard setback where 15 feet is required and a 6-foot rear yard setback where 10 feet is required for a proposed accessory structure, Class 2, garage at 5951 North Bronco Street, Ward 6, Ross. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a garage in the rear and corner side yards at the subject site. The garage could be designed and located on the site to meet the requirements of Title 19. As no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented to substantiate the request, staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship. Please note that there is an additional letter of support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Thank you. What I'm proposing
Could I get your name and address for the record?
William Zook, 5951 North Bronco, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89130.
Thank you.
What I'm proposing, the reason I'm asking for the variance is because of the layout of existing structures in the backyard and also the layout of the house. If you look at the third picture that staff took, they actually got lucky. The wind blew my fence open. That was the day we had the high winds. The picture of the backyard, if you look at how the patio cover comes down, eventually I want to extend that out. And if I move the structure farther south to gain the 10-foot on the south side, I won't have clearance to build that, to build the patio cover out. And on the east side of the structure, I'm asking for a graduated variance along that edge where it's 10 feet on the northeast side and approximately 12 feet on the southeast side. Because the lot isn't square, and the way I'm positioning the building, it will twist it a little bit. I also provided pictures that show the backyard and the layout of the structures. Let's see. If I could get an overhead. And I'll try to make these quick. Picture 1 shows the existing landscaping feature that I have. The tape right along here shows the approximate edge of the building. Picture 2 just shows a close-up of the landscape feature. Picture 3 shows an overall view of where the structure is going to be situated in relation in the backyard in the open area. Picture 4 shows the wall. I'm asking for the 10 feet here. This corner here is not at a 90 degree like you would expect. It actually is a wider angle. This corner here is approximately 12 feet from the wall. And that's why I'm asking for the additional space. I don't believe that it really creates any fire problems or any other problems with the neighbors. This picture here, this is the back wall. This is the 6-foot area where I'm asking for a 6-foot setback when 10 is required. This is a view looking to the south. This is the house where you see the sliding door. If I build that patio out so that it's square and symmetrical with the existing patio that's there, I don't have enough of a setback if I move the building to the south the additional 4 feet. It puts it too close to the house, and then I would have to get a variance for that with the existing size of the building. And then the last 2 pictures, I won't bore you with them. They just show the tape measure and the distances. I took that. So that's what I'm asking for.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to Planning Commission for discussion. Commissioner Moody.
Yeah, I want to thank the applicant for not coming in after building it out of code and asking us to allow it. I wasn't sure what your justification was because it seemed like you have a lot of room. I can understand what your plans are. It's not a big variance in the setback requirements. I'm okay. Usually I don't like these. I feel okay with this one, so you'll see my support.
Question for staff. How many accessory structures are allowed in the backyard?
Mr. Chairman, that's generally based on the size of the yards and a percentage of the house and so forth. In the larger properties, or RE and RD and so forth, you're allowed more in the way of accessory structures.
Okay, because I see about 15 accessory structures built around a little train track. I'm joking. Anyways, pretty cool model
I
home.
could bore you with a lot more pictures than
No,
that if you like.
I've seen that. That looks pretty cool. So, anyways, Chairman, Commissioner Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 45, VAR 69638. My motion is for approval, subject to all, if approved, conditions.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Moving on to item 47, VAR 49654, applicant owner James L. Langland and Lucille S. Langland, sorry, I butchered your name, for possible action on a request for variance to allow a 5-foot side yard setback and a 5-foot rear yard setback where 10 feet is required, and to allow a 4-foot separation from a principal dwelling where 6 feet is required for a proposed accessory structure, Class 2 garage at 6224 Newkirk Court at Ward 6 Ross. Staff recommends denial. Can we have a staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a 2,000 square foot garage in the rear yard of the subject site. As proposed, it does not comply with the minimum setback requirements for the side or rear yard, nor with the separation required from the main dwelling. The structure could be reduced in size to comply with the requirements of Title 19. As no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance had been presented to substantiate the request, staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship. But please note that there is an additional letter of support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
My name is Jim Langland, 6224 Newkirk Court.
Thank you.
We're asking for the variance so I can put up a building large enough to accommodate vehicles that we have. It's in a nice neighborhood. We enjoy it there. I have letters from both of my neighbors, one to the west, one to the east. There's nobody to the north of us. There's 18 acres between us and the freeway. I personally don't see where the building would be of any detriment to anybody. I've gone through the neighborhood, and all the neighbors have agreed, and they're 100% behind us. I also went through, and we have numerous buildings in the area up and down Azure where buildings are the 5-foot setback. My understanding is that that setback has changed in just the last couple of years. We just bought the house, and we were told that the setback was 5 foot. I also have a letter from the association approving it. I guess that's about it. You guys need to see the letters?
That'd be great.
There's also pictures of the buildings with the 5-foot setbacks there.
All right. Thank you, sir. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for action. Commissioner Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I have a question for the applicant. I assume that you're going, this is a beautiful home, I assume you're going to match the stucco, the tile on the roof.
Yes.
It's going to look just, it's going to be a part of what's already there.
Yeah.
Okay. You've certainly done your homework with all your neighbors. And
I'm having a hard time.
Yeah, you've done your homework with your neighbors, with the HOA, so
Yes.
I appreciate all the homework
Yeah,
you've done.
and we got a letter from them approving it.
Yeah, I can support this. Thank you.
Okay, no further comments. Can we have a motion?
Motion is to approve item 47 VAR 69654.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to related items 48 and 49. 48 SUP 69226. Applicant owner James Jr. and Elizabeth F. Bracey for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed church house of worship use at 330 North 9th Street, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends approval. And item 49, SDR 69227, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for the conversion of a multifamily residence to a proposed 3,184 square foot church house of worship at 330 North 9th Street, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to convert the existing 3,184 square foot multifamily residential buildings to a church house of worship use at 330 North 9th Street. A previous special use permit for the same use was approved but expired before the building could be converted. The conditions on the site continue to be the same. Staff is recommending a approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Gary Carlson, 6440 Bristol Way. I'm representing the owner here, and he is here.
Co-owner James Bracy Jr., 330 North 9th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada 89101.
Thank you.
The plans that are before you are those put forth to the planning staff. And since this is in the Centennial District, planning staff has requested certain railings, landscaping, a trash enclosure, and special stamped concrete at the entrance to the alleyway. All of these conditions were placed to make their approval on this application. I think that the owner is willing to continue with this as been recommended by staff. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. If I could ask both of y'all to sit back in the front row while we have some people come out. Good evening.
Good evening. Brian and Susan Knapp, 300 North 10th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada 89101. I'm a real estate broker downtown mostly. I'm representing some of the neighbors. Mr. Ed Walters on the corner of 9th and Mesquite. We have a rental at 915 Mesquite directly across from the church. Helen Yee, who is in the Bay Area, owns the property behind the church. She owns 2 parcels. We own a parcel next to that. And Jonathan Simpson owns 3/4 of an acre adjacent to the church. And we're not against the church expansion, but we'd like some conditions for Pastor Bracy, who's a friend of ours. What happens is every other Wednesday, they feed hundreds of people from the church itself. And it creates a magnet for vagrants and people who start fires in the homes, in the buildings next door. And we've had to tear down a lot of buildings because of that. But what's happening is that it's creating a lot of debris in the neighborhood, and they don't do anything to clean it up. And we don't know what else to do but to at least put conditions on something like this where they would at least be required to clean up the neighborhood and keep it clean and try and help us get the vagrants and the other people that camp out down there because they're attracted to the area. I mean, we're talking hundreds of people come down there on every other Wednesday, and it's just a major nuisance for all of the neighbors.
There's literally a line from the church around the corner every other Wednesday, and it's people that want the food, and it's a food bank, and he has food for those people, which is wonderful. But what has happened now is all the people that Brian is discussing and myself, who I manage the properties, 10 properties down there, I'm there every day. We have people that are sleeping in these lots and yards and breaking into the houses. We've had 3 fires personally in our places and break-ins because of these people. I see these people every day. I know their faces. I know what they look like. And they stay around there. That's where they live, in the homes that are boarded up, but they break in, and they live in the yards. I was there this morning and had to shoo them out. Again, it goes on and on. We're just asking to have some relief from Pastor Bracy feeding the people in these neighborhoods, that this is why the majority of the reason they're there, because they need food, and they do. And it is tragic, but we're paying for all of this all the time. We had another phone call this morning from the code inspector and telling us we have now until May, whatever, a couple days from now, to clean up our yard that is just adjacent from the church. It's 339 is our address, North 10th Street, and 915 East Mesquite, which is right across the street, or we're going to be fined, he said, $125. And this is multiple times that this has happened. It's going to continue to happen. It won't stop happening. And it's just drawing more people. We need some consideration that we love the church of worship. It's wonderful to have that available for everyone. And we have attended the church, but not the food bank. Thank you.
Ma'am, I apologize.
Oh, do you have any?
When you first started talking, I was looking at my map, and I don't recall if we got your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm Susan Naff, and my address is 300 North 10th Street.
Thank you so much.
I'm so sorry.
Hi, my name's Christian Woodward, 330 South 7th Street. They covered some of the issues as far as having people around. I've had some vehicle issues with break-ins and things during these times, but also I'm just concerned with the amount of parking with the expansion. I mean, it seems like it gets to be very full during certain times now. So with them expanding, I just wanted to make sure that there was enough adequate parking to handle that also.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wanting to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and ask the applicant to come back forward. I'll give you a couple minutes for rebuttal, or if you have any action plans on how you can help out, that would be great to hear.
Absolutely. We feed bi-weekly, every second and fourth. And what they're speaking in regards of is no way I can regulate the people that come, to get the food. And as far as the vagrancy, that's something that the people, you have such an influx of people that migrate from one area to the next, and downtown is just another area that they happen to, find themselves migrating to. And as far as what they're speaking in regards of, I clean up defecation, regurgitation, urination of both man and beast. And they break in. I got windows, 3 or 4 windows I need to get fixed now. And as far as I'm concerned, I think what the beef that they have is more or less with Metro trying to give us some help down there, because I have more, I'm on more defense than they are because of the church. I try to help feed, but they break in and, and try to get things from the church. There's nothing I could do to deter that. That's something that that's out of my reach.
Okay.
But as far as cleaning up, we make sure our area is clean. Now, the people, when they leave the church, if they take things with them or whatever, if they drop it along the way, I try to talk to them and try to get them to, be a little more respectable about, what they do when they come. But other than that, I mean, the problems they're having, my problems are a lot broader than theirs, because they feel like what we have, they want more of what we give them. And there's only so much that we can, when they come, we feed as much as we can, give them what we have. And when we lock the doors, we pretty much like to have everything already finished and complete. But that don't stop them. But I'm not the police, so.
Okay, thank you. Turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Commissioner Freer.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I have a number of questions. So this residence is currently zoned for residential? Is that accurate? So you started do you own the building?
Right.
So you started the church without getting a special use permit for the church?
No, we just didn't complete.
Talking to the mic for me, please.
We didn't complete the requirements, the prerequisites.
Expired.
Yeah.
So help me understand. So you said you purchased the home.
Right.
And it was zoned residential.
Right.
Okay. Did anybody reside in it?
There were some people in there when we bought it. I think it was like a, not a group, but a boarding house or something.
Right. So, but then once you purchase it, you started having services there. Correct?
Right.
Okay, so that became a house of worship.
Right.
So you bought it with the intention of having a house of worship there.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay, but you never got the required entitlements
We didn't
to
complete
hold
it.
service there.
Yeah,
Okay, so
yes,
so
we
you
did.
didn't
We
do
just
it.
didn't, we didn't complete it.
So that's an issue right there from the start, is that you're conducting services in a dwelling that is not zoned for, excuse me, for a house of worship. And I have issues with that because, you know, you just can't buy a house and turn it into a church.
Absolutely not. We started, matter of fact, we have permits for the sign and everything that we have up in the front yard.
There's a sign? Oh, the little sign there.
Right, yeah, we have a permit. Romeo, matter of fact, when I was talking with him, he wanted to make sure that it was signed off when we had it done. I told him, yeah, the guy from the city came down and he checked it off. And so Romeo checked his records and he found out that it was signed off.
Okay. And first question for staff, is there a difference between you can have a house of worship and a food bank? Aren't those two separate entities and regulations that you have to have? You can't combine the two, right? You just can't have a food bank and not go through stringent regulations of having a food bank.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Special use permits for houses of worship in residential zoning districts, if you include ancillary uses in the justification letter as part of the special use permit approval, those ancillary uses can be conducted on site. As far as the intensity of distribution for meals, actual meals, that would turn into a rescue mission and would not be permitted pursuant to the zoning code. But a food pantry is something that could be allowed through the accessory use to the church as part of the special use permit request.
Okay, so you guys are serving meals, or you're...
No.
So you're just distributing food?
Food.
So it's a food pantry?
Food pantry through the 3 Square.
Okay, so 3 Square drops off food to you and you distribute it out to your...
Right.
To
And we
the,
go make
to those.
pickups. And we make pickups also. We've been doing it since 2008.
Yeah. I just don't like the fact that you've been doing this since 2008 under the auspice of a residential dwelling when it should be a house of worship dwelling. That's just not good, man. You know.
Excuse me, through you, Commissioner, may I say something? I've had many friends of mine that have wanted to go out and feed the homeless and do pretty much exactly what you're doing out of the back of their cars, or in your case, out of your house of worship. And we all love to help people, right? That's part of the deal here in life. The problem is you're breaking such severe health codes by the food, the contamination, the spreading of disease. At the end of the day, sometimes you're hurting people instead of helping them. And not that I don't think it's a great thing you're doing, but at this magnitude of people, I think it's a great problem. And I wish you the best, and I hope you can rectify it. But unfortunately, the health codes are really where you're breaking the deal here. Thank you.
Oh, well, we have to have a health card and everything through 3 Square.
Yeah. So how many people do you feed? It seems like the feeding is the issue, and the disbursement of those people. Because I got to imagine when it's time to feed, people congregate on your area and then they disperse around there. It's kind of tough to bring people in and then don't take ownership of the ramifications of that. You know what I mean? If I invited people to my house and they went out and just had beer bottles and beer cans all over my neighborhood, I would consider myself accountable to try to clean that up in my neighborhood.
Well, as far as they're talking about covering streets, I mean, when the people leave, I can't just follow them wherever they go. I mean, this is like all up and down Main Street when they feed.
Yeah, I think that's out of the realm of what you're doing, right?
Right. I mean,
but there has to be some type of a service area that you should be able to maintain. You know, if you know that you're going to feed on Monday from 6 to 8,
right?
And maybe once you close down from 8 to 9, you go around within a certain square footage of your facility and
We do.
clean up after that. So you do that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Every week when we feed. Every week.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, I mean, it would just be dirty work.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, that's an absolute, we have to do that.
Okay. I'm going to reserve the rest of my comments, and I'm going to like to hear from my peers. Thank you.
Commissioner, Vice Chair Cherry.
Through the chair, I agree with Commissioner Creer's comments, and you know, it's not so much the application. I can go for that. I would like to see some type of one-year review on it, but I would think between you, Pastor, and the neighbors, that there's some type of plan that you can come up with. You know, you're inviting people into your house. You want to make sure you can clean up after them to a certain point, and getting together with them on a plan in the neighborhood, and that goes with the property managers as well. When you're managing multiple properties, they're doing their part on their side, and you can see the frustration. So I think getting together and coming up with a good plan is very important. So I think this type of application is what makes up a good downtown, and I think you're helping people in the right way. I think it's needed. So I will be supporting it if it has a one-year review on it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Toussaint.
Now, the food that, may I ask a question of the applicant?
Yes, please.
The food that you're handing out, that's prepared food. You're not preparing anything at your facility, is that correct?
No, it's canned goods.
Okay.
Produce, bread. Yeah.
Okay.
Meat, last week we gave out packets of hamburger, you know. So,
Thank you.
yeah. But one thing I'd like to say, as far as what I could do is make somewhat stringent rules where when they come, I let them know, hey, if you guys don't participate and we don't become more or less a team working together, then I may have to forfeit this feeding. You know, I could kind of, you know,
Through the chair,
press the hand.
I would say, Pastor, you do everything you can do as someone who has a business in downtown and help to make the community better. I mean, I live a half a mile away, and I'm really concerned about what goes on in the alley across the way. We clean up in that alley. We look at graffiti in the area, and it's not on our property, but it's trying to be a good steward of the neighborhood to make it better in downtown. So I would say do everything you can do.
Commissioner Trowbridge.
Thank you, Chairman. I also think that it's an excellent service that you're providing, but there's an old cliche that goes something like this: no good deed goes unpunished. And that might be the situation you're in here. While you're doing good and helping people that need it, and we're all God's children, these folks here that are suffering a $125 fine, which could continue conceivably every day for God only knows how long, that needs to be addressed. So with your commitment that you will do everything humanly possible to work with the neighbors to get that cleaned up, and if we're going to have a one-year review, please understand that at the end of 1 year, if the problem continues, there'll be a different outcome if you come for another extension. That's my thoughts.
I would just ask if you thought this should be administrative or a public hearing in a year.
Yeah, an administrative hearing is fine. Staff knows what they're doing.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. How often, in reading your justification letter, I don't see how often you have services. So how often do you have services?
Oh, sir, every Sunday.
Every Sunday?
Yeah, and we feed bi-weekly, twice a month.
Okay.
But I'd like to say one thing. If Brian was really my friend, I would have come to him. I wouldn't have waited at the last minute to be ambushed. I wouldn't have ambushed him like that. I mean, I would have come to him and we could have rectified
Excuse
that.
me, sir. Seriously, I just want to make one more comment through the chairman. With your church growing means more members, correct? More members you know, it's going to get bigger, whatever you're going to be doing over there. And I was just mentioning to your commissioner, Cedric Kerr, you know, how we have neighborhood watch. Maybe you should have a church watch where your volunteers, or your church people come out during these feeding and increase the number of volunteers to help the entire neighborhood. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Kerr.
Is there any more comment from members?
No.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion.
Please do.
Agenda item 48, SUP 69226. I'd like to make a motion for approval with a one-year administrative review, and to, hopefully you can work with your neighbors to find ways to keep that vicinity clean. And that would be a big component of that administrative review that comes back.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, through you, so the condition that we add on is there shall be an administrative required review 1 year from date of final approval?
Yeah, now, was that a public review? Do we want to come back to the board? Administrative, we said? Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, through you, administrative would just be staff looking at it. If there were any issues, we would bring that then before you for a full review.
Thank you.
And question for Mr. Gebicki. Can you read that condition again?
There shall be an administrative required review 1 year from date of final approval.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm not catching on to this. And that's contingent upon them getting the license, or what triggers that?
I made it from the date of final approval because we do not license churches.
Okay. So 1 year from the date of final approval, whether that's planning commission or city council?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And do they need any building permits or anything?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, they will need to exercise their entitlements by getting building permits and exercising that site review.
Oh, we've already purchased that.
So I guess the question is, if we have one administrative review 1 year from the date of final action from planning commission or city council, but they have building permits and then they go for 12 months working on their building permits, then basically they're only going to be open for 1 month before y'all do the administrative review. So
that would be correct.
So, I mean, can we state that they'll have, how much time is it going to take to get a building permit? And
the amount of items that are included in the review here are landscaping, railings. There's no interior or construction of, other work other than that.
Mr. Chairman, you could 1 year just take a look and see exactly where they are in the process.
From
And
today?
then if staff believes that they are not where they should be, they come back to you, or if they believe they are, then it'll just go forward.
And the whole time from final action at planning commission or city council, they can go ahead and start, the food pantry and start distributing food from that time. They don't need a building permit.
That part is all accessory to the actual church itself.
So to answer the question, they don't need a building permit to go ahead and do what they want to do. As soon as it hits approval at city council or planning commission, they can go ahead and legally start passing out canned goods.
Mr. Chairman, in order to exercise these, they need to have permits issued. That's what exercises the site review would be the issuance of that building permit. So yes, they would have to have a building permit issued.
Okay.
And wouldn't they have to be operating as a church in order to have this accessory use also in action?
That is correct.
The thing is, I don't want to just see games get played where we don't have a timeline on when they're going to get the building permits, and then that happens 6 to 9 months from now, and then it takes them another 6 to 9 months to finish that, and then by then the required review has already, I mean, there's not going to be any need for the administrative review because it's going to be happening before they operate.
Mr. Chairman, might I suggest one of two options, either from issuance of C of O, or make it at a public hearing of the Planning Commission, and that way, if they indeed have only been in operation for 1 month, you can consider it at that time, and if you're okay, fine. If not, you might throw another required review on it for another 6 months or something like that, and that way you'll have full knowledge of what happens rather than just leaving it up to administrative review. So either one of those, from issuance of C of O, or just make it at Planning Commission public hearing, and then you'll get a full update.
Commissioner Creer,
Yes.
do you have any preference?
No, I will defer to you, actually, because I think you could even say a year from now. I mean, you could say a year from today, and it's still going, I don't think they need to have permits in place.
Mr. Chairman, maybe the applicant can indicate exactly how long he believes it will take him to get this project completed.
Yes, sir. Could you tell me how long it'd take you to get building permits?
The drawings required for permits have been submitted as part of this application. So it's just a matter of, submitting an application and working it through.
So if I say you'll have a building permit within 90
30
days?
days, let's say.
60 days? You said 30? If I
30.
give you 60?
Yeah.
And then you can have the improvements made within another 60 days from that time frame?
That would be your call.
Oh, no. No, because there's an array of things we have to do as far as the trees and the railings.
That's what they're concerned about.
Yeah, that I'd have to have at least a year for that.
Okay, well, you can't operate for at least a year.
Oh, well, I already paid for the occupancy permit and the special use permit. That was 13 something a piece. That was $13.30 a piece. That was $2,600 I paid for that. That's what Romeo told me. I had to pay $13.30 for the occupancy permit and $13.30 for the special use permit. That was $2,600 I already paid. So I should already have that. He told me if I didn't have that, I couldn't operate as a church.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure where we're going here. What the permits that he's actually going to get now are for what purpose? Are those to do the landscaping and the railing?
Those are prerequisites in order to get the special use permit.
Hold on. Yeah, I think you need.
If we can ask the planning department, planning staff to tell us the exact permits that he'll be needing to get.
Mr. Chairman, through you, basically this was a residence that was converted into a church. It did get entitlements back around 2000. There were some extensions of time that were taken out that extended that, but eventually no permits were pulled. The entitlements were never exercised and they expired. The building permits that are required to convert it from a residential type of use to a commercial or to a non-residential type of use, the church.
So the occupancy, Mr. Chairman, was that for occupying it as a residence or occupying it as a church?
At this time, the property is considered a residential property.
So he should not be conducting any church business if that's the case. Do you have the Mr. Chairman, if I may, do you have the residency or
I have the occupancy to function as a church, and I have the special use permit to function as a church. Romeo told me, and what's the other guy's name? John.
Oh, your inspector?
Yeah, the inspector, with the inspector code, he came out and told me we
Maybe it would be better
didn't. Matter of
to call
fact,
this.
one Sunday we couldn't hold service because he told me if I didn't get the permit, that we wouldn't be able to hold service. So we didn't hold service one Sunday, and I went and got the $2,600 together, and I paid for the $13.30 for the occupancy and $13.30 for the special use permit.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not trying to make this any more difficult on you. I'm trying to make sure that we have a real clean, clear, concise plan moving forward. And because if we have a one-year administrative, review, and then you hadn't met the conditions of approval, then you're going to have to pay money to come back to us. And so then that's going to end up costing your church more money on two different items, on a SDR and a SUP. And so therefore you're going to end up spending a couple $1,000s more because, we didn't have all these dates lined up correctly.
If this is going on to city council, Mr. Chairman, maybe we can, is it going on, Tom?
It should, yes.
It depends.
Then maybe we could meet with this gentleman in between now and city council, take a look at those permits and see if those are in order. If not, we bring it back to you.
Mr. Chairman, Lucian Platt, Public Works. Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to add, when you're asking about what things they'd have to do, our conditions require them to, replace the street lights and also do a license agreement for landscaping in the right-of-way. And I don't think that's started, so I just wanted to mention that as a requirement, in addition to the landscaping shown.
Thank you.
There seems to be quite a few questions that still need to be addressed, and I think, I don't know what everybody else's thoughts are, but if we hold this in advance for 30 days to figure out what permits you actually get or received, and figure up some conditions to go along with this, that way everything gets ironed out and you don't have to come back and pay a whole bunch of additional fees because you didn't meet the time frame, or maybe you didn't understand the fact that you need the exterior stuff completed prior to. So I think we really need to talk to the Building and Safety Department and then get that cleared up. The good thing is you'll be right at the very beginning of the meeting next month because it's an abeyance item.
That'll be good. If that's the case, we need to rescind number 48, Mr. Chairman, and just hold that one as well.
I'll rescind agenda item 48 as the maker of the motion.
So, Mr. Chair, can I just... So, Mr. Chair.
Let me offer a suggestion. What if we said within 12 months of certificate occupancy, there'll be an administrative review?
Mr. Chair, I would much prefer that. We just spent an hour debating
Yes.
this item. I'd much rather do that than come back in a month and rehear this.
Because truthfully, if we just say within 6 months of, or within 12 months of the certificate occupancy goes through the administrative review, if he legally has a right to start operating out of there tomorrow, then he can. If he doesn't and he needs those permits in place, then, he'll just have to work quicker. So, Commissioner Creer.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion?
Great. I'll make a motion for agenda item 48, SUP 69226, with a one-year administrative review from the date of the certificate of occupancy, correct?
Correct. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Agenda item 49, SDR 69227, I move for approval.
Thank you.
The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 48 and 49 will be heard at City Council on June 21st, 2017.
Thank you. Item number 50, SUP 69271, applicant owner, Lakes Congregation of Jehovah Witnesses, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed church house of worship use at the northeast corner of El Parque Avenue and Buffalo Drive, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. And related to item 51, SDR 69272, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 4,576 square foot church house of worship on 2.09 acres at the northeast corner of El Parque Avenue and Buffalo Drive, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a church house of worship use on a vacant parcel. This is a similar request that was previously approved with a residential appearance, but it expired in 2014. The proposed building now has a commercial appearance with a flat roof. The current architectural design is not compatible with the surrounding area. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of this request. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Tim Wissenbach with PSWC Architects, 1930 Village Center Circle, Las Vegas. Speaking in behalf of the applicants and the architect, Mike Pirtle. I might just get right to the point concerning the denial. We had met with the neighbors. 6 or 8 came to the meeting. They appreciated all the things that we had provided with respect to the buffering with their specified planting between the project and the property. They appreciated the fact that we were overparked by more than double, and they also really liked the architectural design. If I could get the overhead camera on, I'll just show that. We designed the building with soft colors, earth tones, a stone veneer base. The building is a lower profile than the one that was approved back in 2013. And the neighbors thought that the design was very attractive. And they also appreciated the fact that all the air conditioners would be mounted up on the roof, fully concealed behind parapets. And then there's one more point that I'd like to mention in support of this. Just north of the property is a project, is multifamily plus single-family dwellings of a very similar modern contemporary profile, which is shown here on this bottom picture. So we respectfully request your approval, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion. Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening. It was a pleasure to meet both of you the other day, and you certainly did your due diligence by holding a neighborhood meeting, which a councilwoman's representative did attend. One of the things they were in question of was the flat roof, and once you explained it to them and as well to me that it's going to hide the air conditioning unit, so in fact they're not sitting above and being an eyesore to the existing neighbors. I'm in complete favor of this item. My councilwoman has asked me to make this final action for you because she is in that much a favor for this project. So if my colleagues have nothing else to say, it will be my pleasure to make the motions this evening. Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn and applicants and everybody else. So I don't have a problem with the special use permit. This was something that we approved a couple of years ago. But question for staff, this was the one that was a little bit more residential in nature. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
And had something like 4 foot of stone going around the bottom, limited number of windows?
Correct, and then it also had a pitched roof.
It also what?
It also had a pitched roof instead of a flat roof.
Right. So my whole point is it's a residential neighborhood, and I like modern structures, but I don't think that this is just a modern structure. I think it looks like a commercial building. And 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when everybody come in, I supported this, asked how come there's no windows, and was told it was due to various different reasons. And now I'm seeing a building that goes totally against everything that y'all were saying. believe me, I like windows in buildings. But the other one, I mean, we're surrounded by residential here, and quite honestly, I can't support the actual building, even though I can support the special use permit, because it just looks commercial. Thank you. If there's no other...
Thank you, and I do appreciate your comments, Chairman, although I don't see any neighbors here that live around that, pointing that out. So I'm going to go ahead with my motion this evening, which is SUP 69271. My motion this evening is for approval. Thank you.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you. And regarding, I'm sorry, excuse me. Regarding item 51 SDR 69272, my motion is also for approval. And through you, Director Perigo, I've been asked to make this final action this evening with your permission. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, through you.
Yes.
Condition number 8 is refers to requiring a pitched roof, and so if the intention is to not have the pitched roof and use the design that was submitted by the applicant, condition number 8 would need to be stricken.
Thank you. What number was that, please? 51?
That's on, excuse me, number, yes, 51, and it would be
Okay.
condition number 8.
So may I just reread it then, or just delete the condition?
I think you can just delete condition number 8.
Thank you. Regarding item 51, I'll be deleting condition number 8, which is the pitched roof, because you did point out to me how all of us at the air conditions would be sitting and not an eyesore for the neighbors around there. So with that, the condition is deleted on item number 51, and my vote stands with a yes vote. Thank you.
Motion's on the floor for approval of item number 51. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 50 and 51 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item 56, SUP 69518, applicant owner Ari Ben Shatak. You're going to have to tell me how to say your name here in a minute. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 560-foot distance separation from similar use where 660 feet is required at 817 Palmhurst Drive, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from one similar use. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial as the use is not compatible. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello.
Could I get your name and address for the record?
My first name is Ari, last name Ben Shatach, and 817 Palmhurst, Las Vegas, Nevada 89145.
Thank you. Do you have anything to say about your application?
Yes, I apply for the permit for the short-term rental. Was trying to conduct for less than 1 year, less for 1 month rental here in Las Vegas. I spoke with some neighbors. They approached me like Facebook, or I went over and tried to talk with some neighbors about what I'm doing. And basically, I'm not planning to do any party home or any. I'm not renting to locals. I don't want to cause any problems with my neighbors. I do real estate here in Las Vegas, and I think and believe that today Airbnb or other sites can bring more tourists to this city. Las Vegas, there is a lot of convention, and some of my guests come over to see the Hoover Dam or the Grand Canyon or just families that would like to come here and travel from all over the world.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Sir, if you could just sit in the front row. We have 3 microphones, so feel free to line up at all 3 microphones.
I just want to thank you for taking the time to hear us.
Yes, your name and address for the record.
I'm Angela Gilladucci. I live right next door, 813 Palmhurst. I share a block wall with the subject property.
Okay.
I have 122 signatures from my neighbors that oppose this. So,
All right.
somebody want that?
We'll put that into the record.
My mom and dad bought this home in 2008, and they wanted to go out vertically, and I moved into this home to take care of them and when my dad died. And my mom is disabled, and she lives in that bedroom that faces that wall where the jacuzzi and pool will be, where the ins and outs will be going on in this house for this 100-foot variance that he's asking for that I am opposed to. My mother is very ill. She has 2 stents in her heart, and she's disabled. And this is why I'm opposed to this. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Frank Benzinger. I live at 7209 Skytrail Avenue. I kind of like to just read what I've put together, a little bit of data on the short-term rental zoning. I set up a grid to see the amount of homes which are allowed in my community within a 1 square mile area. The zoning regulation of 660 feet distance between a short-term rental constitutes 64 short-term rentals within a 1 square mile area. This equals approximately 1 short-term rental per 57 homes. Now, a variance of 560 feet between short-term rental homes would constitute 88 short-term rentals within a 1 square mile area, or 1 short-term rental per 45 homes. This means a decrease of 17 homes per short-term rentals, or a 27% increase of short-term density in the community. I strongly believe that the variance of 660 feet is already too dense. The variance should be modified to 1,056 square feet between each short-term rental. With the variance as it stands now, 660 feet, these short-term rentals could literally be 1 short-term rental found for every other street in our neighborhood. So what I did is I created a grid here. And basically, you can use the overhead to check it out. I used an area in my neighborhood and counted the number of homes in that area. And you can see 57 homes in this area at a 660-foot distance. And as opposed, we bring the area down. If we go to 560 feet, we bring that square area down. Thus, we have less homes in that area. If you were to go even 660 feet between, you could actually get a model of 1 short-term rental for every other street if you were to run a model in that way. And I believe that there are too many of them in the area right now. We have one maybe it's about 800 feet from me, and right now the neighbors up there, they're complaining. Every weekend there's parties going on, and it's all about profiteering. It's not about the neighborhood anymore. It's all about making money. And something's got to be done about these. I mean, anybody can say, I'm not going to do that. But when it comes down to the difference between making the mortgage payment or making a profit, what's going to happen? They're going to go for the profit, and there's no guarantees here. And that's the problem we're having in our neighborhood right now. We have too many of them right now, and they're just getting out of hand.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name's Al Ghilarducci. I preside at 813 Palmhurst Drive. My remarks are going to be short and sweet. I would ask that you deny the special use permit and uphold the 660-foot requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
My name is Dale Hammond. I live at 905 Palmhurst Drive here in Las Vegas, 2 doors south of this residence we're referring to in this meeting. My comments tonight I'll make short and brief. I'm probably I guess you could say the founding father of the neighborhood, probably been there longer than anybody. My wife and I have lived there over 40 years. I've seen the property over the years. We raised our family there, and there was kids all over the neighborhood. Our family's raised now, and we're on the 2nd generation in that neighborhood. We've got lots of young people in there, lots of young kids. Palmhurst Drive is the only thoroughfare between Charleston and Alta. That thoroughfare is used by all the school children in the neighborhood to either get to Johnson Middle School or Helen Marie Smith Elementary School. The street is constantly full of kids walking either to and from school. This proposed action would bring an influence into the neighborhood that is not compatible with a young family neighborhood. The neighborhood is zoned and has been zoned for single-family residents since I've been there, and it should remain the same. My wife and I strongly oppose this proposed action and ask this to be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Doug Kranz, 917 Palmhurst. My wife and I moved to this area just over 2 years ago. The area where we used to live had drug deals going down across the street consistently and constantly. Our house was broken into, car windows were smashed, cars were stolen. We didn't know our neighbors very well, and at times it was scary just to even walk the dog. We had no idea what the drunk or the drug addict sleeping across the street would do. The area that we live now is nice. When we moved in, neighbors welcomed us, bringing us home baked goods. When we go for walks with our dogs, neighbors stop and we talk. We like the same familiar faces, faces that we've earned trust with. We like feeling safe. If you allow the short-term rental of this, all of this is threatened. Our neighborhood is not short-term. Many have lived in this area for several years. We have built this town as what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. This slogan remains in the minds of all that visit, and many throw caution to the wind and act in ways that are inappropriate. We do not want this slogan to have a chance to manifest itself in our neighborhood. What happens in Vegas does stay in Vegas. It will stay in our minds of the members of our neighborhood. We don't want that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, turn this over to the Planning Commission. Sir, if you'd like to come back up, if you'd like to have 60 seconds to address any comments, I'll give you 1 minute, and then I'm going to turn it over to the Planning Commission.
Yes, please. I do have a house rules, and I control all the reservations that come to me. I can accept or decline. I brought some samples, if I can leave it to you guys to take a look, if you can.
Sure.
This is like about people that came over and applied for the home, and if they told me there was a party, I did decline the reservation. If there is some people that come over to Vegas to enjoy the strip or what we have. Also, I do have like house rules, and my house rules, this home is strict, no party policy. This home located in residential neighborhood, and we ask that you respect the neighbors and keep outdoor noise to minimum after noise ordinance. Regulation time, maximum occupancy may not be exceeded any time. There is absolutely no smoking indoor. Smoking is permitted outdoor area. There is no smoking in the property. Respect no illegal drugs activity. I do not book to locals. I do apologize for any inconvenience. My home is intended for family gathering, not house parties. Thank you. So I will never let a party to be in my house. I can decline reservation, and I will do whatever it takes to.
Thank you. Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you, Chairman. Excuse me, sir, could you come up, please? Thank you. And Ms. Balducci, please, could you come up? So let's just start with the fact that you have 122 neighbors that don't want it. That's just your 122 that Ms. Balducci brought in. And then let's take the 22 that were mailed in. So we're at 144. So right there, this is not wanted in your neighborhood. So let's forget about that. Let's go with the ordinance. The ordinance states so many feet, 600 feet, and you're below the foot. So any way you look at it, you do not conform to this use. I want to ask you honestly, how many of these do you own in the city of Las Vegas? Is this your only one?
No, I have one on the trash.
I'm sorry, what?
812 trash. I have another one in the neighborhood. And I also, when she spoke to me, I tell her, if you like, you can come see it. And I think she'll...
Okay, well, it's really none of my business. I was just curious if this was kind of like your business. So tonight I am going to make the motion to deny your application on the facts that you're breaking the ordinance, which is the law, and on the fact that your neighbors don't want it, over 144 of them. So the reason I asked Ms. Verducci to come up here is because once we say no, we can't watch you. But she can, and she's going to be given the number to code enforcement tonight. And if you go ahead and rent these out, she's going to have a phone number to call, and they're going to come in and they're going to fine you and fine you and fine you every time you rent this out as a short-term rental. Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay, so there you go. Does anybody else have anything to say? Because I'm ready for a motion.
I just want to say that there's multiple people that can call in a code enforcement, so let's not just put it all on.
Well, I just
on
thought
her.
it would be
Okay.
a good start.
Right.
How's that? Do you mind doing that, Ms. Verducci? Because my chairman
No, I
thinks I'm
just want to
singling you
thank you
out.
for my mom because
Okay.
she's 80 years old and dying,
Well,
and I take care of her.
I
and
understand. So I agree with the chairman. So when we pass on this phone number to you, if you could just kind of spread it through your neighborhood so you aren't the
Thank
only
you.
person looking. But that's the only way we can control something after a no.
Thank you.
That's it. Okay, I can't put a condition on it. It's just no.
Okay.
Okay,
Ready for a
thank you.
motion.
My motion for SUP 69679 is to follow staff's recommendations for denial. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, SUP 69518, I apologize.
Thank you.
Denial.
Motion's on the floor. Yes votes for denial. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. And Peter, could you give her that phone number? Thanks a lot. And I'm sorry I did single out, but just spread it around because that's the only way people can control these. Thank you.
Moving on to item 57, SUP 69554, applicant owner Ari Ben Shattuck, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 197-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 1716 Cochran Avenue, or Cochran Street, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Before we get into that, just want to say that I have vacant property within the area on the outskirts of the notification area, but nonetheless, but it's not going to affect me any greater or lesser than anyone else in the neighborhood, so I'll be voting on the item. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. There is one other short-term residential rental unit within this separation radius. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial as the use is not compatible. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Can we get your name and address for the record?
Ari Ben Shatach, 1716 Cochran Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89104.
Thank you. Do you have any comments on this particular property?
Yes, I bought it in 2011 or 2012. It was a rental, and I would like to get a permit to do it for the short-term rental.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. If I can ask you to sit in the front row, we'll call you back up here in a few minutes. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mary Dillon. I live at 1821 Cochran. We have a neighborhood watch in this street, and we've had it since '91. I've lived here since 1988. A majority of the members on our street are over 65. I know several cards were sent in, but some people had lost theirs, so there's a little bit of a petition here with a few people who weren't able to get the cards sent in. This has been operating as a short-term rental for over a year with no regard for the neighborhood. The police have been called 3 times because of noise complaints, and possibly would have been called more if people weren't intimidated, if you will. We have problems with the trash in this home. It is not put out in a timely manner. The other problem is obviously the noise, and there's only 197 feet between this short-term rental and another one. But my problem is that it's been going on for over a year. The people that had rented from him before had a lease, and when they wanted to renew it for the 3rd time, he told them that he was going to sell the property, and they tried to buy it, and he said, well, maybe I won't. So I just feel that our neighborhood is very difficult to maintain when we don't know who's going to be in the neighborhood. There are as many as 8 cars that are surrounding that house at various times for rentals. It's very rarely without a rental. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hey, hello. Robert Brescia, 1720 Cochran Street. I live right next door to the property. I only moved in about 9 months ago, and I wasn't informed that it was a hotel. I had no idea when I moved in. I guess the realtor should have notified me, but I guess it's operating illegally. So I found out the hard way. There was a party every weekend. I thought it was crazy neighbors that lived there, because every party would be a reggae party, a disco party. I didn't know what was going on. Then I found out it was just a hotel. So he says he doesn't allow parties, and he says he has a limit on how many people can stay there, but the limit is 10, which is a party. And yeah, I mean, it's a party every weekend. What can I say? And why, I don't even know why it's allowed to be. I mean, 660, the other gentleman made a great point that even that's not really enough. And now we're trying to allow variances for less than that. And this is only 197. There's a property, it's behind us to the right, and they have parties also. So I see no reason to allow it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to be heard? Good evening, ma'am.
Hello. My name is Renee Evers. I've lived at 1712 Cochran Street for 30 years. I want to tell you it's a beautiful street. We've had parties, we've had Christmas parties, we've got Mary Dillon, who sort of our protector. This gentleman moved into a home, and it's next door to mine. The builder that built his home built mine. They were together, were separated by one wall with 2 pools. It's a lovely place. I live a lot alone. I'm a product of falling at the Smith Center. I volunteer a lot, and now I have a meningioma in my brain. That hasn't stopped me. I love the street, I love the neighbors, but I want to tell you we have one thing wrong. We have a beautiful school district Two of our churches have sort of not failed, but have diminished. We lost the place that we go to vote. Everything is being emptied around the place. We need the people. We need rules. If we could rent, I don't want to rent a room. I'm always alone, a lot alone. My husband is a drummer and he goes away a lot. But what I'm trying to say is, it's not all bad. I'm right next door. I have not ever seen one tenant come in that wasn't a beautiful person. I'm always there in case anybody needs it. I don't want you to think there's parties going on. I wouldn't allow it. But let's give it a chance. We've got so many people in that area that can't get one room. There's no hotels in our area. We have parents of children that are in schools that come in and want to visit. Maybe we could sort of watch it. Maybe we could have rules. But all of a sudden, what have we become? So this is why I'm saying, let's give it rules. Let's give it a chance. I don't want to rent a room out. But if someone does and helps somebody that wants to come into the neighborhood for 2 nights, or to visit their children, or to do something for the community, my gosh, let's not close all the rules. Let's give the rules a chance to be heard. And that's what I wanted to tell you. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other people want to make a comment, and I'll close the public discussion. I'll give you 30 seconds to make any comments you need to make or would like to make.
As I stated earlier, Renee, she's a neighbor of 1720, and we know for several years. And I never knew there is a issue in the house. If there was, I will fix it. But I understand. You know what? I don't. Whatever you guys will decide, I will accept.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and start that. You know, this is Mary Crest, and we also have Janice Park and Beverly Green, and it's a fairly sensitive neighborhood, such as some of the neighborhoods that Vicki has. And I think Vicki and I are seeing the majority of the short-term rentals because we're closer to downtown, we're closer to the Strip. And believe me, when I go out in town, I'll say it again and again, when I went to Washington, D.C., I got an Airbnb. But a lot of people aren't going to Washington, D.C. to party. A lot of people are coming to Vegas to party. Not saying that every person that's going to be going through an Airbnb or short-term rental, I should stop saying Airbnb, isn't going to party, but it's going to happen, and it's going to be hard to control. And we do have the rules set up at 660 feet, and this is a little bit of a stretch at 197 feet. There's one just on the next street over, so I couldn't support this. So I'll turn this over to Vice Chair Cherry.
Through the chair, I'm prepared to make a motion if there's no further discussion.
Please do.
On item number 57, SUP 69554, I'd like to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Moving on to item number 58, SUP 69640, applicant owner Shimon Jerby for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow an 89-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 1916 West Oakey Boulevard, Ward 1, Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is a request for a short-term residential rental use at 1916 West Oakey Boulevard. Applicant is requesting a special use permit with waivers to allow a 89-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required. Staff recommends denial. Please note there are additional letters of support and protest since publication.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Shimon Gerby, 1916 West Oakey. I've been a resident for Vegas for 18 years. I'm not somebody that's coming into the city and, being a big bad conglomerate and opening up a bunch of houses. As I've stated on my letter, this is where I occupy my home. I recently graduated from UNLV, and I'm currently taking a type of program to get into a graduate course starting next year. At this time, there is another house behind me that operates a rental, but the difference would be that I'm an actual owner-occupied home where I would only allow up to 6 people in my home while I'm there. The reason that I think that this is different from the one behind me is even though it's less than 100 feet, if you're familiar with the area on Oakey, there's a street called Bryn Mawr that's been blocked off, and that stops you from going into the actual division of the home. There's a whole section of Oakey which is pretty much exiled from the rest of the Scotch 80s due to, I believe they don't want strangers running through the neighborhood, but what this has caused is a complete annexation of the community, so much so that I've been there for a year, and the only neighbor that I've had that come said hi to me is the one directly to my east. I do believe that based on my other facts, that there is a ton of cars driving up and down Oakey 24 hours a day, and there's just a ton of noise pollution in general. And furthermore, there's started the Project Neon, which has just created a significant mess in that area, and I'm not really sure how it's going to pan out in the future. It's really hard to say, but I plan for this to be my home for now and hopefully in the future, as long as this works. Thanks.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. We have 3 mics, and I would appreciate it if everybody could line up, and if you could just not repeat the same comments that's already been made. So I think it's getting pretty late, so if y'all don't mind keeping your comments to 2 minutes, and we'll just throw on the timer. Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm Stephen Grogan. I live at 2121 Silver Avenue. I'm president of the Scotch 80s Owner Association. We consist of representing 200 owners plus building lots within our area. We consider the applicant within our boundaries, which consist of Oakey, MLK, Rancho, and Charleston. The major points I will make, and I'll try and make them we're total in opposition of this. This is and we've seen the short-term rentals before, but our neighborhood is historic. And this happens to be a commercialization of residential neighborhoods. That's exactly what it is, and it does a devaluation of the homes around us. I would like to point out that this applicant has been operating this house illegally for some time, and he's on numerous rental websites. The other thing that I would point out, and I would like if I can have an overhead real quick, and I'll go through this very quickly. Let's see. Basically, this is the applicant's address right here on Oakey. The house directly behind him has been operating for some time as a short-term rental illegally, and code enforcement has not shut it down. The house to the west is the one that has a business license for this, and it has, and we'll hear from Paybolt's had numerous complaints. The black squares basically represent where there's short-term rentals in the neighborhood. There's one also right across from Oakey that's operating illegally. So we're having a battle in our neighborhood for illegal short-term rental houses, and they do become party houses. Another point I'll make out from the Scotch 80s, and this is very sincere, is if you look on this map, and if you can see it, they're X's. In the last 7 years, those X's represent the battles our associations has fought to keep commercial impacts in our neighborhood, basically from keeping various houses trying to become commercial activities. So we would like to point out that as a major impact in the neighborhood. I think the other thing, if you...
Sir, can you hear that beeping noise?
Yes.
That means 2 minutes
Microphone.
up.
Okay, sorry there.
Thank you.
Are back.
I think we got the point.
Okay.
That was a 2-minute.
Oh, was that? Okay.
Yes.
We're in a rush now?
Yeah,
What's that?
I'll submit
We're in
that.
a hurry now? We've been here for 3 hours. No, actually, as you have, 4 hours.
Yes.
But now we're in a rush.
We're trying to get through a
I
lot
understand
of
that, but it
items.
seems like
Sir,
it's
this is out of line.
I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, please.
If you'd like to grab some of the rules and regulations while I talk to this lady and read those, feel free. Ma'am, can I have your name and address?
Yes, my name's Estrella Matlich. I live at 1626 Birch Street, so I'm 4 parcels from this party house. The owner of the property got an owner-occupying mortgage last August, and it has a rider in that mortgage. This is recorded downtown. It's public record. Use of property, compliance with law. Borrowers shall not seek, agree to, or make changes in the use of property or in its zoning classification. As it's a special use permit, that would be a use. So his mortgage company could accelerate the mortgage. We could have another foreclosure. One other thing, this property does not have a fence between it and its west neighbor. It is a shared driveway situation. That property is currently in escrow, and I'm concerned that since that's a short sale, that owner's not here, or the future owner's not here to defend it, and you guys, if you approved it, would be enforcing kind of an easement where the person has to live at the party house. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Okay, sorry for the outburst.
No problem.
But my name's John Saline. I live at 1620 Birch Street. I currently live opposite one of these short-term rentals, which is actually a hotel. In the last week, it turned over 4 times. It's had up to 30 people in a 3-bedroom house at one time. That's not an Airbnb, that's not a short-term rental, that's a hotel. There's no security provided there. I don't see how we can run a commercial entity in a residential neighborhood. I don't even know why we're discussing this. I don't even know why this has ever been allowed. I mean, I understand rental properties. This is just ridiculous. I mean, I don't understand. We have a neighborhood, the integrity of our neighborhood matters to us, just like yours matters to you. And I hope this is denied, and I hope we deny anything going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Amy Colin. I live at 1625 Birch Street. I live right next door to the short-term rental at 1621 Birch Street. This property that in question is 2 houses to east of me, and then we have an illegal one that is not permitted operating at 1925 Silver, which is directly behind them. They share a block wall. So in essence, his variance is not 89 feet, it's actually 0 feet, okay? We have, it would be one thing if we could count on police to show up whenever we have a problem. You know, if there is a incident on the strip, the police are right there. We've had a break-in in the neighborhood. It took 4 hours for the police to show up at a neighborhood, at a house in the neighborhood. So we can't really count on security from the police. The owners live in a neighborhood close by, but they're not patrolling the neighborhood. They're not, we don't know, we can't get in touch with them. And that's at the one that's at 1621. So based on our experience, I request that this be denied.
Thank you. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. My name is Ken Free. I live at 2808 Ashworth Circle. That's in the Rancho Nevada neighborhood, which is not immediately adjacent to this, but is nearby. It's a downtown adjacent neighborhood, as is the subject property here. These neighborhoods are sensitive neighborhoods. They have older homes. Not all the homes are well maintained. Not all the homes have great owners. But let me tell you, there are great people who live in the neighborhood. There's great potential. And short-term rentals are clearly bringing down the quality of life in our neighborhoods. And I welcome these people in this neighborhood for their willingness to stand up to this and to say no and hopefully put a barrier around the spread of this disease. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kent Hoffsummer. I live at 1451 Birch Street, Las Vegas. I also request that you deny this variance. To me, 89 feet in lieu of a 660 foot is not a variance. It's more of a total disregard of a separation. And I didn't think I was moving into and building in a resort corridor and don't have any desire to be in one. So I think there's just too many selfish profiteers kind of infringing on our neighborhood and on our tranquility. And I request that you deny it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Jeff Rogan, 2612 Ashby Avenue. I'm the president of the McNeil Estates Neighborhood Association, and I echo the comments of my neighbors across Rancho that these are infecting our neighborhoods and we need to stop them. I'd appreciate that you deny this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and ask the applicant to come back up. I'll give you 60 seconds for a rebuttal.
I completely agree with the tenants that believe that immature and irresponsible landlords should not be allowed, and it's a shame that frivolous claims in the past have come against me as an owner-occupied tenant, and going forward it's unfortunate, but it's unfortunate there's a witch hunt towards those who live in the home and protect the neighborhood the same, if not better, than anyone who lives there. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start and just say that, you know, 89 feet where 660 feet is required is not a little bit of a stretch. It's a long stretch. And so, you know, I couldn't support this. I do understand what you're talking about, being that you live there, but whenever we approve a short-term rental, you could sell that house tomorrow and somebody else could move in or not move in, and we could have noise complaints over and over and over and have to bring them back to Planning Commission to reject or to pull their license. So due to those facts and the facts that we talked about all night long, it's just, I can't support these waivers, especially in these sensitive neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. And to the neighbors, Mr. Grogan from Scotch 80s and my friends in the neighborhood behind, I do live at Rancho and Alta. And just recently, our councilwoman was quoted in the paper as saying that the laws have to be changed. We have to do something about it. It's not working. We know it. She knows it. We understand it. The problem is, it's almost like a epidemic. And so the illegal ones are operating. The ones that are trying to get licensed are being turned down, and the point is, like, how do we stop it? We stop it right here, right now, with this gentleman. That's what we can do tonight, okay? So with that, my motion is to deny item number 58, SUP 640. And let me make it perfectly clear to you, sir, I'm going to be watching you, because this is enough. How dare you do this to our neighbors and come up here and say you're going to school and renting out rooms? Shame on you.
Well, just one comment also. One of the gentlemen made a comment about, and this is a difference, and this needs to be stated, you call the homeowners tenants, and there's a whole different ballgame between a tenant and a homeowner. These people have invested a lot, and this neighborhood is a gorgeous neighborhood. It's been around for a long time. They've made a substantial investment in their home, and they want to maintain that and have a high level of integrity of living there. And so I know you might have been a faux pas, but you need to really understand that these are not tenants. These are homeowners. These are community builders. That's a big difference.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Please post. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 58 is
Please
final.
hold your applause.
Mr. Chairman, item 58 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 59, SUP 69676, applicant owner Vinza Bracken, for possible action on a request for special use permit for a proposed bed and breakfast inn use with waivers to allow guest parking not to be screened by a 6-foot tall fence or dense landscaping, or dense landscaping, and to allow the use to be located on a 39-foot right-of-way where 50 feet is required at 309 Arnold Street, Ward 5, Barlow. Staff recommends denial.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a bed and breakfast. The proposed use does not meet the minimum standards set forth for the bread and breakfast use. In addition, the use will be located within 660 feet of 2 short-term residential rental uses. While there is no requirement for a distance separation, the uses are similar. The establishment of this commercial use is too intense for surrounding residential uses. Staff is recommending denial. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Can we get your name and address for the record?
I am Vinza Bracken, and I live at 309 Arnold Street.
Okay, great.
This is my husband.
Would you like to give your name and address for the record, sir?
Hi, my name is Dylan Bracken, and also 309 Arnold.
Okay, would you like to tell us anything about your project?
Absolutely.
Good evening, Chairperson and Commissioners. I'm listening to all of the other complainants and whatnot, and I definitely understand that in a lot of neighborhoods, it can be a terrible thing to have a bed and breakfast. In our specific neighborhood, it's a welcomed thing. I think that most of my neighbors would be like the very sweet lady that came up and talked on behalf of the former gentleman. We went around to all of our neighbors, and we had 18 letters of approval. There was one letter of disapproval, which I'd like to show, if I could, on the screen. That was my site map, and then this is our approvals. I don't know. Okay, there we go. So we had one disapproval, which was to the postcard, and that's this blue mark here. So everybody around us, we made sure to congregate, like our immediate neighbors, and everybody was for it and wrote letters, and we submitted them. I believe they should be in your files, but I also have all of them with me as well that I can submit to you. And some of them wrote very long letters of approval. The one person that didn't like it is here, and whereas they're within 1,000 feet, just barely, of our property, which is here, to be able to get to their house, I would have to drive out to Alta and then all the way to, let's see, we'd have to go to Tonopah and all the way over. And that's actually through a gated community in between us and them. So we don't share any of the similar traffic patterns. The reason that we want to have this place is because my wife and I, we got a 6-bedroom house, and there's just 2 of us. And we're doing the bed and breakfast permit. We both have aging parents that live on different sides of the country, and we'd like to be able to have them come stay with us. And in times that they're not here, we would like to be able to rent out our house while we are physically home. That's why we applied for the bed and breakfast permit, which puts us, it's a much stricter standard that they give us for having the bed and breakfast permit, which will make it so that, number one, with the bed and breakfast permit, we won't be able to allow people to park on our street. We have to have commercial parking, which you can see in our site plan that we had to provide. All of our parking is not on the street, but is actually on our property. We also, because of the bed and breakfast permit, we're limited to 5 guests total. So aside from the fact that we don't want partiers in our house for ourselves, as well as not wanting, especially not wanting to be a burden on our neighbors, we wouldn't be able to have more than 5 people. Just double checking my notes here. There is 2 waivers. One of them is for the 39, it's a 39-foot wide street, whereas with a bed and breakfast permit, typically they want to see 50 feet wide. While we're not able to affect the width of the street, the other waiver is, bless you, the other waiver is for not having 6-foot hedges or fence in blocking the parking. We actually, I talked to Jim at the planning department, and he suggested that maybe we just not ask for that waiver. And in fact, if you guys would prefer that, we would also like to have a 6-foot wall in the front of our property. It would screen the commercial parking there. And so this site plan is proposed to eliminate that waiver, if you guys would like, that I'm adding here. And these red areas are where we'd make sure that there's a 6-foot wall. Currently, we do have thick vegetation along the sides, the north and south side, and along the street, we have the standard 3-foot high cinder blocks with an additional 2 feet of wrought iron gate fencing. So currently it's at 5 feet. But we're more than happy to make that 6 feet.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Come on up. If there's multiple people that want to talk, please all come up at the same time. And if I could ask you all to go sit in the front row. Sir, would you mind sitting in the front row? Okay, no problem.
Hi there, Tara Anderson. I'm a resident at a homeowner at 2104 Frontier Avenue. I'm here with really mixed views about this. As much as I sympathize with the previous residents that are addressing the short-term rental issue, the challenge that I have is that it's my understanding that these folks, they are owner-occupant residents. I'm a firm believer in personal property rights, but I also think the crux of this issue is not as much the use of the properties as it is that we have a lack of enforcement with code enforcement and even Metro's involvement. There are noise ordinances, there are trash ordinances, there are other things to protect the residents who live in these neighborhoods from being terrorized by party homes and egregious behavior within residential neighborhoods. So the fact that these folks, although I don't want to go so far as to say I'm in love with the idea, I also feel more comfortable with the fact that they are owner occupants, and also the fact that I'd like to see the city's services and bureaucratic infrastructure that's already in place to do its job from an enforcement perspective, should these folks end up, having parties and all the other things that we're anticipating to be a problem within the community. I would like the city to be more supportive in that regard, but beyond that, I really don't object to them being able to have their personal property rights and use the property as owner occupants. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And if you need 30 seconds for a rebuttal, I can give it to you. If not, we'll turn it over to the Planning Commission.
I would just like to say thank you, and I humbly request your approval of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Quinn, would you like to go ahead and start this, or?
I will,
Commissioner
Chair.
Creer.
Thank you. So what's the difference between a bed and a breakfast and a short-term rental, outside of the fact that you serve breakfast in the morning? Yeah, I'm not sure how this is. I'm not asking you the question. Thank you. It seems as though this is the same issue that we've dealt with for the last 3 or 4 items. And if, would a person who's living in their home and that is their dwelling, if they rent out a room, people do that all the time. They need a special use permit to rent a room to someone?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, if you're renting your home for more than 30 days, you don't need a license for that. It's just
more than 30 days, right?
Long-term rental. Anything short-term rental, yes, you do need a license as a short-term.
So it's the same issue that we faced before, just in a
Correct.
different.
They're very similar uses.
Yeah.
The bed and breakfast predates the short-term rental concept. We do have a text amendment that was recently went through Planning Commission and is moving forward from there. That would actually delete the bed and breakfast from our code and combine that under the short-term rental.
Right. I'm just not a fan, and especially in this particular area. Although this is in Ward 5, it borders on Ward 1, and as we've seen, most of these areas are coming down in Ward 3, Ward 1, Ward 5, and it seems as though they're trying to create this short-term rental environment down in our neighborhood, and I don't like it. I don't think it's good for the neighbors. And one of the problems that I have, the main problem that I have, is that there's zero enforcement on it. You can sit back all day long and put, we're going to put security deposits, we're going to put up no smoking signs, we're going to say no parties. They're going to call you, it's going to be 1 o'clock in the morning, you aren't going to show up, and there's no ramifications once we approve this. You just keep doing what you do. You said you're going to have 4 people in there, and next thing you got 10, you got 15, and there's no way to police it. And that is a challenge that I have with this. And so I am going to go along with staff's recommendation for denial.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, may I just make a quick comment? And I do agree with you. I just wanted to say one quick thing. Ms. Terry Anderson came up here this evening, and she really created an oxymoron for us, because as much as I have this really strong feeling that you're coming in to do all the right things, I feel like if I go with the approval tonight, which is what my heart feels, I'm opening the door for short-term rentals to say, hey, let's just do the bed and breakfast thing, And I'm just truly sorry that I'm going to vote no tonight.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Moody.
Thank you very much. You seem like a great couple. I found myself kind of silently cheering for you to make this work. One of the things we look at as planning commissioners, one of the fundamental issues we look at is compatibility. And I just can't find support for this being a compatible use with the surrounding neighbors and homes. I just think it's too intense. So for those reasons, I can't support it either, but I wish you the best of luck, whatever you do.
Thank you, Commissioner Creer.
Thank you. I make a motion, agenda item 59, SUP 69676, to go with staff's recommendation for denial.
The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 59 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Item 60, SDR 69505, applicant St. Anthony of Padua, owner Roman Catholic Bishop LV, for possible action on a request for site development plan review to amend an approved use permit UC-0854-13 for proposed parking lot extension to an existing church house of worship at 6350 North Fort Apache Road, Ward 6, Ross. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a new parking lot area for an existing church facility. This area was previously approved administratively for parking in 2016 based on plans that complied with all requirements of Title 19. The current request is similar to the previous administrative approval. However, the applicant is requesting an exception to the parking lot landscaping requirements to reduce the number of trees required within the parking field in order to provide flexibility for the church to host special events and fundraisers. Perimeter landscaping will still comply with Title 19 requirements, and the first row of parking along the east side of the lot will also be landscaped as required. This combination of perimeter and first row landscaping will provide adequate screening of any future events from anticipated residential development to the east, while allowing the flexibility needed for the church events. Staff is recommending approval of the request. Please note that there are additional letters of support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. John Lansdale, 10241 King Henry Avenue, Unit 104. I'm from LGA, the architectural firm who designed St. Anthony of Padua and the parking areas. Here to answer any questions.
Okay. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Turn this over to Commissioner Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it's been refreshing to see so many religious applications on tonight's agenda, and I agree with staff's recommendation of approval. You'll see my support on this.
Looking for a motion.
I'd be happy to make the motion on item 60 SDR 69505 to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Please cast your vote. Please cast your votes. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to citizens' participation. Item 62 is public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Seeing none, I will go ahead and close this meeting. This meeting's adjourned.